Chapter 2279. Ling Xiao was very calm in the face of the attention of the demon shadow sect disciples, probably because he was used to transforming into a demon. Therefore, it was very easy for him to show a fierce and powerful appearance. He turned around and left indifferently, but intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at the place where the person he had thrown fell, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. About a few hours later, the underground city was completely dark. It turned dark earlier here than in the surface city. The originally bustling city suddenly became much emptier. Only the lights in the many buildings were on, and the sound of finger-guessing and laughter could be heard. This was the carnival night of the Demon Shadow Sect branch in the Eight Immortals County. Therefore, it was very normal to indulge in debauchery. Hallmaster Lu Tai's manor was also very quiet at this time because Ling Xiao gave everyone a day off to enjoy this rare carnival day. He had already visited the Demon Shadow Sect's Deacon Chen Wuyan in the Eight Immortals County. This person was indeed very strong, but he could still deal with him. He reported the false information about Yuhua Town to Chen Wuyan without changing his expression. Obviously, this guy did not suspect him at all. However, what worried Ling Xiao a little was that there was another more powerful aura behind the screen in Chen Wuyan's room. If he guessed correctly, it should be the messenger sent by the headquarters that Lu Tai had mentioned. This kind of person who he had never met before was the most worrisome, because he had no idea what this guy's background was. He also did not know what his personality was. However, at this point, Ling Xiao would not back down because of this person. At least that person did not expose him on the spot, which meant that he did not suspect him for the time being. After all, with his Yin-Yang Demon King transformation ability, the possibility of him being exposed under normal circumstances was very low. At this time, Ling Xiao was alone in the manor's hall, drinking wine while waiting for the guests to arrive. Since you're already here, why hide? There is no one else in the manor. Why don't you come in and have a drink? Suddenly, Ling Xiao toasted outside the door and said with a smile. At this time, the door of the living room suddenly opened, and two gusts of wind rushed toward Ling Xiao. These two gusts of wind came from two people. One was a woman in white, and her cultivation level was at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The other was a man in black, and his cultivation level was at the middle stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. In terms of strength, these two people were about the same. Ling Xiao faced with the two's attacks, and then he threw the wine cup in his hand. The wine in the wine cup in the air turned into a fire dragon and charged toward the two. The black and white duo resisted with all their might, and only then did they manage to disperse the fire dragon. However, a lot of his hair and eyebrows had been burned away. That's right. I heard that he's only at the early stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's only slightly stronger than you. The black-clothed man was equally shocked. They had thought that they would be able to kill Lu Tai instantly if they worked together. However, they had not expected that a casual attack from Lu Tai would be able to overwhelm them. He was almost killed. And Lu Ming had obviously shown mercy. Alas, we sneaked into the underground city of the Devil Shadow Sect today with the intention of killing that bastard Chen Wuyan and saving our daughter. Who would have thought that our son would be killed by that bastard Lu Tai? If we can't even deal with Lu Tai, how can we save our daughter? The woman in white let out a long sigh, and her expression was filled with despair and helplessness. No matter what, we can't let our son die like this. Lu Tai, that bastard, we have to fight him. The man in black gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with madness. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Lu Tai to the death, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Why are the two of you so angry? Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Just as the man was about to fight to the death, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He refilled his cup and said to the two of them, "Bastard, we have nothing to say to you." The man in black said angrily. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that the person they were scolding was Lu Tai and not him, so he didn't mind at all. "Little brother, you can come out now. If you don't, your parents will tear me apart." Hearing this, the man in black and the woman in white were stunned. Then, they saw a young man walking out from behind. It was the person who tried to assassinate Ling Xiao during the day, but was killed by Ling Xiao. In fact, it was just a performance. Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, in front of all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect, he played a trick of swapping the crown prince with a leopard cat. The moment Ling Xiao caught the assassin, he swapped him with a wild beast in the beast ring. At the same time, he turned the wild beast into the assassin and killed him on the spot. The corpse was necessary, and the more miserable the death, the better. It had to look like Lu Tai had killed him. Therefore, the corpse was so shriveled that it looked like it had been sucked dry. Ling Xiao's actions were all for the sake of safety. He was worried that the people of the Devil Shadow sect would investigate the corpse. If he couldn't kill the assassin on the spot and let him go, or pretended to kill him, he would be in trouble. In fact, the corpse was placed on a straw mat in Chen Wuyan's room. One of them was checking the corpse. Is there any problem? I've already said that it's Lu Tai. Chen Wuyan said to the man. There's no problem with the corpse, but I'm just doing my job. Every one of the 6 hall leaders has to be investigated. We can't let anyone with ulterior motives sneak in. The man said coldly, get rid of the corpse. Lu Tai can pass for now. Lord Demon Envoy, you're really cautious. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if someone sneaks in, it's impossible for them to disguise as a hall leader or a guardian. These people are too obvious, and there are many people who know them. There's a high possibility of them giving themselves away. On the other hand, the ordinary disciples have to be careful. Someone might sneak in. Chen Wuyan said, what you said makes sense. Therefore, I've already set up a good way to distinguish the real from the fake. If someone sneaks in, he won't be able to pass. The demon envoy sneered. Seeing the corpse being carried away, he started drinking again. At the same time, in Lu Tai's manner, Ling Xiao had already returned to his original appearance. He felt that the black and white duo were quite strong and could definitely help him. The key was that these 2 people were willing to risk their lives to save their daughter. It would be easier for them to complete the task given to them. I've already told you the details. What do you plan to do next? Ling Xiao returned to Lu Tai's appearance. Chapter 2280. At this moment, black and white were still extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's true appearance was much younger than they had imagined. And this young man's strength was so strong that it was really shocking. The most frightening thing was that this person was actually a lone hero, trying to break into the demon nest of the 8 Immortals County alone. This was simply too daring. Moreover, he disguised himself as Hall Master Lu Tai. The key point was that this disguise was not seen through. Little brother, we were a little reckless before. Please forgive us. After the shock, there was hope. With Ling Xiao's help, Black and White were also more confident and hopeful of rescuing their daughter. They sincerely apologized. It's not your fault. I just wanted to test your determination and strength. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if your strength and determination can't meet my expectations, I won't cooperate with you, and I won't expose my identity. Well, let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the next plan. Although the Demon Shadow sect's strength in the 8 Immortals County is not comparable to the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng Group, it is comparable to the 3 major clans of the 8 Immortals County. What are you going to do? Young hero, the 2 of us, together with our son, should be considered the true disciples of the Demon Shadow sect. Our family has a special mental cultivation method that can guarantee that we will not be brainwashed by the Demon Shadow sect. This is also the reason why, although we are true disciples of the Demon Shadow sect now, we will not really serve the Demon Shadow sect. This has been going on for more than 3 months, and we have been studying this sect all the time. To be able to say this, it meant that the 2 of them were sincerely planning to cooperate with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. After all, if these things were revealed, it meant that they could be exposed at any time and be killed. I see. You have worked hard. Ling Xiao sighed and said, my name is Ling Xiao. I don't know how to address the 3 of you. In the next operation, perhaps some of you will die. If you survive, bury the others and set up a tombstone so that no one will know when you die. The white-clothed woman said, I'm Feng Huan. This is my husband, Wang Cheng. That's our son, Wang Peng. Well, I'll be frank. My main purpose for coming here is to save my sister. In addition, if possible, we can also destroy the Devil Shadow sect's blood-sucking sacrifice. Ling Xiao said. Young hero Ling's courage is truly admirable. However, Aren't you afraid of being discovered by pretending to be a hall master? This is very dangerous. Feng Huan asked. I have my ways, so I won't talk about it. Since you guys have joined the Shadow Devil sect, you should know more about the underground city than I do, right? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He didn't want to explain anything else, because even if he explained, others might not believe him, and it would be a waste of time. Feng Huan took out a map and said, This is the map that we spent a lot of effort and money to get. But there are some patterns and symbols on the map that we really don't understand. Let me see. Ling Xiao took the map and then opened his Tai Chi eye. Noticing that Ling Xiao's left eye was a little strange, Feng Huan and the other two were a little surprised, but no one said anything. At this time, they didn't want to disturb Ling Xiao. Although they didn't know Ling Xiao's background, Ling Xiao was so powerful that he might really be able to save the people they wanted to save. I see. Ling Xiao looked at the map and said coldly, The core of the blood-sucking sacrifice is here, which is also Qin Wuyan's residence. That's where the entire formation is activated, and it's also the eye of the formation. It's also the place to break the formation. As long as we can destroy that place, we can break the formation and stop the blood-sucking sacrifice. The imprisoned blood pigs are distributed in the 8 formation areas of the formation. The most important formation area is near the core. Chen Wuyan, the remaining 5 hall masters, and an envoy from the Shadow Devil sect headquarters are guarding there. It's not easy to deal with them. The Tai Chi Eye could indeed analyze any information that others couldn't. Ling Xiao believed that since Ling Jiaojiao was so important, she must be imprisoned in the formation area not far from the core. Next, he would have a direction to go for the rescue. He wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly. His Tai Chi Eye could see very far, and even had the ability to see through things. However, the envoy from the Shadow Devil sect headquarters was an expert in formations. Many places were blocked by formations and spirit formations. If he couldn't break the formations or spirit formations first, he wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. This map was too important. He took the risk to have a showdown with these 3 people. It seemed to be the right decision. Just as Feng Huan was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from outside. Hall Master Liu, Lord Deacon has asked all the Shadow Devil sect disciples to gather in the main hall. There's an important matter. That voice was very unfamiliar. It should be Chen Wuyan's servant. This wasn't important. The important thing was, why did Chen Wuyan suddenly ask everyone to gather? There must be a conspiracy. However, as the hall master, he couldn't shirk this matter. Since Chen Wuyan wanted to gather everyone, he would go and take a look. There might not be anything important. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, follow me for now. Just treat them as my subordinates. Anyway, it's normal for a hall master like Lu Tai to take in other disciples as his subordinates. As for your son, is it okay to temporarily change his appearance? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Huan and Wang Cheng and asked, We'll listen to young hero Ling. As long as we can save our daughter, we don't mind even if we have to die. The 2 of them nodded their heads firmly. Perhaps things aren't as serious as you think. Ling Xiao stood up and used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique to change Wang Peng's appearance slightly. Anyway, Wang Peng was an insignificant person. Even if there were changes, no one would care. Then, they stepped out of Lu Tai's manor and walked towards the main hall. The main hall was the largest gathering place in the underground city. Today, all the disciples above the half-step Yin-Yang realm in the 8 Immortals County were gathered here. The number of people reached tens of thousands. Under the illumination of the huge light absorption array, everyone's expression was solemn. Ling Xiao saw Chen Wuyan sitting on the throne on the high platform with a lazy look. Another person was sitting beside him. He was wearing a long black robe. Ling Xiao couldn't see his face, as though he didn't have a face. That person should be the so-called demon envoy. Hall Master Liu. Chapter 2281. Reporting to Lord Deacon, these 3 people were recruited by me after I came to the underground city. If Lord Deacon likes them, I can give them to you. Ling Xiao sat down and smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha, I can't take what others like. I asked you to come here today so that you can watch a good show. Lord Demon Envoy said that there might be spies among these people. Although his next method is simple, It can instantly test whether these people are our loyal disciples or spies. Chen Wuyan seemed to trust and respect Lu Tai a lot. After all, the 8 Immortals Counties branch relied on the 6 Hall Masters to share Chen Wuyan's burden. It would be funny if Hall Master Lu's subordinates turned out to be spies. The one who spoke was another Hall Master of the Spectre sect, Chen Feng. This person's cultivation was similar to Lu Tai's. He was the 2 strongest among the 6 Hall Masters, and also the most capable. The contradiction was really huge. If he said that they were enemies, some people would believe him. Haha, Hall Master Chen, you should worry about yourself. Don't worry about others. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he looked at Chen Wuyan and said, Deacon, let my people take the test first to prevent people from gossiping. After all, the 3 of them are new recruits. I also want to know if they are spies. Chen Wuyan nodded. He dared to say this because he believed that Feng Huan and the other 2 could pass the test. Apart from their thinking patterns, they were the same as the Spectre sect's disciples. All right, Hall Master Lu is indeed one of my most trusted people. In that case, let's start with the 3 of them. Chen Wuyan nodded, as if he had already prepared for this. The demon envoy stood up and said with a smile, the test is very simple. All the disciples of the Spectre sect must have learned the blood-sucking demonic art and have a demonic seed in their bodies. Then, they can increase their cultivation by sucking blood. Today, you can try it on the demonic beasts. After saying this, he waved his hand. Immediately, 3 cages were brought out. There was a very small mouse-type demonic beast in the cages. Anyway, it was just a test. This kind of weak and slack demonic beast would suffer a great calamity. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng were tested at the same time. In an instant, the 3 demonic beasts became dried corpses. As for their skills, they had also improved a little. Looks like my subordinates are true disciples of the Spectre sect. I'm afraid Hall Master Chun will be disappointed. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Hall Master Chun, you and our deacon are family. Don't lose face for him. Chun Feng frowned and said indifferently, naturally, you don't have to worry about this. Next, it's my subordinate's turn. He had a lot of subordinates, but only 4 of them were qualified to stand on this high platform with him. Among the 4 of them, one of them was the cruelest. Although he had not been following Chen Feng for long, he had killed a lot of innocent people. He was even believed to have the highest possibility of becoming the number 1 general under Chen Feng. He had a sallow face and a thin face, which made him look a little cunning. Although his body was skinny, his strength was not weak at all. It was just that his steps were a little shaky. It was said that this person liked to go to places where men went and indulge in a life of luxury every day. It was very taxing on his body. As for the other 3, they passed the test. Chen Feng looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, Lu Tai, did you see that? The subordinates under me are all good. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at that skinny monkey. The ultimate move of the 6th profound art, Reverse Eye. This was a move of light and shadow profound that Ling Xiao had not used for a long time. Although other moves might reveal his true identity, this reverse eye was something he rarely used even before he reincarnated. Hence, he was not afraid of revealing anything when he used it now. Moreover, this was merely an eye technique. It was very hard to discover. Especially when he used it with his current level, even that demonic envoy would not be able to detect it. What reverse eye could do was very simple. It could turn darkness into light, light into darkness, truth into falsehood, and falsehood into reality. The extent of its effect depended on the comprehension of the profound art of light and the strength of the user's soul power. With Ling Xiao's current level, it was still possible for him to make Chun Feng's skinny monkey lose his ability to use the demonic blood-sucking art. In any case, neither Chen Feng nor that skinny monkey were good people. Ling Xiao might as well use this opportunity to get rid of that skinny monkey and avenge those girls that had been harmed by him. Naturally, Chen Feng was unaware of all this. He was still looking at Ling Xiao proudly. How is it, Ling Xiao? Since your subordinates can pass the test, so can mine. Isn't there one more that hasn't been tested? Ling Xiao said faintly. It is impossible for that skinny monkey to be a spy. Although he hasn't been following me for a long time, he is extremely loyal to the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Feng said loudly. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. He hasn't been following you since the beginning. There were two reasons why Ling Xiao had chosen this skinny monkey. The first reason was that this skinny monkey was the one who had done the most evil. The second reason was that there was indeed a possibility that this skinny monkey was a spy. After all, the other three had been following Chen Feng since the beginning. The possibility of them being spies was too low. If things went wrong, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. Bullshit. If this skinny monkey is a spy, I will eat your shit in front of everyone here. Chen Feng said furiously. That's too disgusting. I can't do that in front of everyone. How about this? Since Hall Master Chen has already said so, I won't make you do something so embarrassing. You might as well eat that rat. Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, I promise you. Chen Feng was obviously in a fit of anger. He had completely fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Naturally, it was also possible that Chen Feng was extremely confident in that skinny monkey and was sure that this skinny monkey wasn't a spy. Skinny monkey walked toward a cage and placed his hand inside. MHM? Skinny monkey, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly frowned. He activated the demonic blood-sucking art. However, not only was he unable to absorb any blood from the beast, his own blood was even injected into the beast's body. Impossible. Skinny monkey tried again. However, the result was still the same. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. This is impossible. He tried again. However, it still didn't work. Currently, his face was pale. It was unknown if it was due to his blood being sucked away or due to fear. As for Chen Feng, his face was ashen. Bastard, I didn't expect that I would trust you so much. You are actually a spy. Chen Feng suddenly leaped up and charged toward Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey still wanted to explain, but his skull was smashed by Chen Feng's palm and he died. Chapter 2282. Chen Feng was absolutely loyal to the Devil Shadow sect. After all, the deacon of the 8 Immortals County was part of his family. Now that a suspected spy had appeared under him, he was not willing to explain himself. He was only anxious to get rid of this scourge to prove his position, to prove that he was not a person who tolerated spies and nurtured spies. He was merely deceived by them. Hallmaster Chen is indeed formidable. You are not showing any mercy to spies. Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Chen Feng. You don't have to mock me. It's my responsibility to nurture a spy. Killing him is eliminating a scourge for the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Feng said righteously. Then, are you going to eat this demonic beast rat or not? Ling Xiao said casually. Actually, I'm just saying, Hallmaster Chen can choose not to eat it. I don't think anyone would dare to say that our Hallmaster Chen is a person who goes back on his words. Chen Feng's expression was even more unsightly than before. This rat that the devil envoy had fed him was probably one of the dirtier ones. Moreover, the troublesome thing was that as a human, the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood had long passed. He really did not want to eat that rat alive. Chen Feng, eat it, Chen Wuyan said coldly. Chen Feng did not care. He could not let Chen Feng ruin the reputation of the Chen family. Even if he did something bad, in the eyes of the Devil Shadow sect's disciples, he should be someone who kept his word. Otherwise, who would risk their life for him? Deacon, Lu Tai tricked me. Chen Feng was absolutely unwilling to eat a dead rat. He tricked you? Is this something you agreed to? Just a few words from him can make you lose your sense of direction. Treat today as a lesson, Chen Wuyan said coldly. Chen Feng's face turned pale. Chen Feng's face was pale as he grabbed a dead rat and started eating it. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao merely sneered. Chen Feng wanted to kill him, but he wanted to kill Chen Feng as well. Otherwise, Chen Wuyan would not be easy to deal with. After all, Chen Feng was the #1 general under Chen Wuyan. The reason Ling Xiao wanted Chen Feng to eat the rat was not only because he wanted to humiliate Chen Feng. That's too boring. In fact, he was the one who chose the dead rat, and he was the only one who knew about the seasoning added to the rat. Dealing with the Devil Shadow sect required not only courage, but also strategy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for him to do it alone. Naturally, at present, Chun Feng did not appear to be anything special. However, within his body, a huge trouble had already been buried. Young Hero Ling, these people from the Shadow Devil sect are really cruel. They even killed their own people. Moreover, they are so merciless. I wonder if our plan will succeed. When Feng Huan saw Chun Feng kill that skinny monkey, he thought that the skinny monkey was truly a spy. He felt somewhat sympathetic toward the death of a rabbit. What you see might not be the truth. Don't think too much. I'll take care of everything. As long as your daughter is still alive, I'll definitely save her, Ling Xiao exhorted. This conversation was naturally carried out through soul transmission. At such a close distance, they did not even dare to whisper. If they were heard, it would be a fatal disaster. Feng Huan carefully savored the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Suddenly, he realized something. The sympathy he had for the skinny monkey's corpse instantly turned into hatred and hatred. While they were talking, Chun Feng had already finished eating the dead rat. He even wiped his mouth and sneered at Ling Xiao, as if saying, "See, I'm not as unreasonable as you think I am." Ling Xiao smiled. He truly felt sorry for this Chun Feng. Humiliating himself was a small matter. Chun Feng did not know that the rat had been poisoned by Ling Xiao. How laughable. He was truly pitiful. The demon envoy intentionally or otherwise glanced at Ling Xiao, but he didn't say anything. The test continued. Due to the large number of participants, the following tests were carried out in groups of 100. Naturally, most of them passed the test. However, there were indeed spies among the ordinary disciples. More spies have been exposed. This move of Lord Devil Envoy is truly powerful. The number of spies that were exposed this time was a total of 10. These 10 people had similar cultivation levels. They should be from the same group. Ling Xiao looked at them and could not help but sigh inwardly. They were truly a group of people who overestimated themselves. They were only at the first level of the half-step yin-yang realm, yet they dared to sneak in. He really did not know what they could do. This was called praiseworthy courage, but it was truly foolish. Ling Xiao wanted to save these 10 people, but he knew that he could not do so. Because once he did, he would definitely be exposed and his entire plan would be ruined. The moment the 10 of them were exposed, they decided to kill Qin Wuyan together. However, it was a pity and pitiful thing. Everything they did was in vain. There was no need for Qin Wuyan to make a move. In fact, there was no need for the Hall Master or the Guardian to make a move. Just a few ordinary disciples of the Devil Shadow sect easily subdued these 10 people. Bastard, let us go. You demons, you harmed our families. One day, the rulers of the Immortal Court will definitely know. You will definitely be punished. The 10 people were captured and pressed to the ground in humiliation. They could only roar and vent their dissatisfaction with their voices. But what was the point of that? To put it nicely, this is called bravery. To put it bluntly, this is overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Don't blame me for being vicious. Wang Peng, your previous method of assassinating Lu Tai was the same as this. If I were the real Lu Tai, not only would you have killed yourself, but you would also have killed your parents. I believe that even your sister would not allow you to act so recklessly." He sympathized with those 10 people, but sympathy did not mean agreement. Those 10 people were very stupid. He was not wrong. Do you really think that the rulers will pay attention to a bug like you? Don't be so naive. In the mystic world, strength is everything. Whoever is strong can be a supreme, a ruler, or even a god. Qin Wuyan looked disdainfully at these 10 people who overestimated themselves. He walked forward and stomped one of them to death as if he was stepping on a bug. In the crowd, many people had gloomy faces and were filled with anger. It was obvious that many brave cultivators had sneaked in to destroy the Devil Shadow sect. Unfortunately, these were all weak cultivators. There were no experts from the 8 Immortal Mountain or the Tianfeng group. If there were experts from those two forces, the Devil Shadow sect would not be so arrogant today. It was really lamentable. After stomping one person to death, Chun Wuyan's expression became even more ferocious and terrifying. He laughed coldly as he thought of another person. He let out a strange laugh, and another person's head was crushed by him. You really are a bug. How dare you behave so atrociously in my Devil Shadow sect? Kill them all. Perhaps it was because he was too bored. Chen Wuyan sat back on his seat and waved his hand indifferently. Chapter 2283. Under Chen Wuyan's command, 8 heads fell to the ground. This scene made Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng tremble with fear. Was this the fate of the spies? This Chen Wuyan was too terrifying and cruel. Next, all the spies will be turned into blood pigs. Anyway, the more blood pigs, the better. Chen Wuyan gave another order. In the following test, hundreds of people died. There was no other way. They couldn't escape. Once again, although only one spy was found, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Even the Hall Master of the 8 Immortals County would find it difficult to subdue him. However, Chen Wuyan grabbed him by the neck and raised him high in the air with one move. Join the Demon Shadow Sect or die. Chen Wuyan took a fancy to this martial artist because he felt that this martial artist cultivation was very good and worthy of his nurturing. Bull*T, you disgusting guy. How can I join the Demon Shadow Sect? You will die a horrible death. As he spoke, the martial artist detonated the hell in his body. He tried to kill Chen Wuyan with his own life. At that moment, Chen Wuyan did show a panicked expression. However, the demon envoy, who had been sitting there silently, suddenly attacked. A ball of energy easily enveloped the detonation and dissipated it. This guy is so strong. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ling Zhao's forehead. The strength displayed by the demon envoy really made him feel pressured. He had easily dissipated the terrifying power of the self-detonation of a martial artist at the early stage of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. If he felt this way, the others would tremble even more. As soon as the demon envoy attacked, almost all the spies lost their will to fight. They desperately turned around and fled. Looking at those people, Ling Zhao couldn't help but sigh. It was really sad. Could they escape at this time? This was the headquarters of the Demon Shadow Sect in the 8 Immortals County. Hundreds of figures in the void were suddenly grabbed by tentacles that reached out from the ground and sucked dry. Mighty! Mighty! Long live the Demon Shadow Sect. The Demon Shadow Sect is invincible. The Devil Shadow Sect has ruled the profound world for 10,000 generations. The Spectre Sect's disciples, who were extremely excited by this shocking scene, let out earth-shattering shouts. They were extremely excited, but Ling Zhao's face was ashen. The tentacle that suddenly stretched out should be the core of the blood-sucking Great Array. It should be some kind of huge blood-sucking demon beast that had been transformed by the demon envoy into the core of the terrifying blood-sucking Great Array. Continue the test. The demon envoy's cold voice rang out. Chen Wuyan also sneered ferociously. Those who betrayed him deserved to die. No matter how cruel his methods were, he would still use them. With the support of Lord Demon Envoy and the powerful blood-sucking demonic beast, he would definitely be able to achieve great things. He believed that after this blood-sucking sacrifice, the Ghost Shadow Sect would no longer have to be sneaky in the 8 Immortals County. They would be able to directly confront the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng Group. Or even stronger. Out of tens of thousands of people, hundreds of spies were eliminated. This was the final result. The test is over. Next, everyone, go back to your residences and start your life of debauchery. Believe me, as long as you are loyal to the Ghost Shadow Sect, your future will be bright. Chen Wuyan said loudly. Lord Deacon, the 6 hall leaders have not been tested yet. The demon envoy suddenly said. Hearing this, Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng's hearts tightened. This was because they knew that Lu Tai was Ling Zhao in disguise. How could Ling Zhao know the blood-sucking demonic skill? This time, they would definitely be exposed. I don't agree. Ling Zhao suddenly said, Lord Demon Envoy, I'm afraid that your actions will disappoint us. We are hall leaders, the strongest people in the Ghost Shadow Sect in the 8 Immortals County other than Lord Deacon. Do you have a guilty conscience? The Demon Envoy said coldly. Guilty conscience? Although Lord Demon Envoy was sent by the higher-ups, you can't slander our loyalty to the Ghost Shadow Sect. Do all loyal people have to be suspected like this? Ling Zhao was very good at fanning the flames. His words put the Demon Envoy in a very awkward position. The reason why the Ghost Shadow sect was so powerful was because of their brainwashing techniques. They made all the disciples believe in their superiors, in the Ghost Shadow sect's sect master. They believed that the Ghost Shadow sect would fulfill their promises. They believed that their dreams would become reality. However, what if the people who joined the Ghost Shadow sect went back on their words? Their beautiful dreams would instantly become illusory and illusory. This would be a huge blow to the Ghost Shadow sect's rule. Even the demon envoy's expression was unsightly. Hall Leader Liu, don't misunderstand. This is for the sake of fairness. Everyone else has already been tested. It's normal for the 6 hall leaders to be tested. Chen Wuyan seemed to have a lot of trust and admiration for the demon envoy. Therefore, he agreed to whatever the demon envoy said and was willing to do as he was told. Ling Zhao's lips curled up into a sneer. Suddenly, with a thought, Chen Feng, who was standing near the demon envoy, suddenly launched a surprise attack. He directly charged toward the demon envoy. This scene was too sudden and too shocking. Even the demon envoy, who had suspected Lu Tai, did not suspect Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was one of them. However, this carelessness caused him to be punched in the back by Chen Feng, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Evidently, he was heavily injured. However, Chen Feng was still unwilling to stop. It was as if he wanted to kill the demon envoy. Bastard, we are loyal to the Ghost Shadow sect, yet you suspect us. I'll kill you, you dog. As Chen Feng attacked, he roared at the same time. Naturally, he was not the normal Chen Feng. Rather, he was the Chen Feng who was hallucinating after being controlled by the illusory life and death powder. Ling Xiao wanted to use him to heavily injure the demon envoy. This way, his strongest enemy would be severely weakened. Naturally, it would be even better if he could kill the demon envoy. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's performance was too poor, and the demon envoy was too cunning. Apart from spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was not injured. Instead, he killed Chen Feng with a single palm. Lord Demon Envoy, this isn't appropriate. Although Hall Master Chun is in the wrong, his crime doesn't warrant death. Although there is some enmity between Hall Master Chun and I, we are all loyal to the Ghost Shadow sect. What you are doing is too chilling. Ling Xiao said in a timely manner. Enough. Chen Feng attacked the demon envoy. It is not wrong for him to be killed. The rest of you, start the test, Chen Wuyan suddenly said. Everyone, start the test, Chen Wuyan said coldly. It seemed like the future promised to him by the demon envoy had given him a huge temptation. Even when one of his own was killed, he did not feel any heartache. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao walked up the stage in disdain and participated in the test. Naturally, he passed. A small trick like the demonic blood-sucking art was nothing to him. In fact, he could learn it with a single glance. Chapter 2284. Could he really not be a spy? Looking at Ling Xiao, the demon envoy's face was gloomy and somewhat pale. Although he had dodged Chen Feng's follow-up attack, he was still injured. Moreover, the injury was not light. All right, let's go back and continue enjoying ourselves. Chen Wuyan waved his hand and said loudly. The group of disciples turned around and left. Some were confused, some were excited. They were confused because Chen Feng, the hall master, had actually attacked the demon envoy. They were excited because the spies had been eliminated. The following blood-sucking ritual would be safer. How could they not be excited when they thought of the huge benefits they would obtain after the blood-sucking ritual? Ling Xiao brought Feng Huan and the rest back to his manor. Although he had dealt with Chen Feng and injured the demon envoy today, which could be said to be a double blessing, Ling Zhao's expression did not relax at all. The strength displayed by the demon envoy had exceeded his expectations. Young hero Ling, let's not talk about that Chen Wuyan for now. However, that demon envoy is really terrifying. We have to think of something. Otherwise, not to mention saving them, even finding them will be difficult. Why don't we wait until the day of the blood-sucking ritual before making our move? At that time, the Devil Shadow sect will be at their weakest. They will place most of their attention on activating the blood-sucking ritual and will neglect other threats. This is probably the reason why we have to find the spy thoroughly today. Young hero Ling, you have the most ideas. You should make the decision. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng analyzed the situation one after another. Obviously, they had decided to make their move on the day of the blood-sucking ritual. Your thoughts are correct. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if we make a move now, we will be walking into a trap. Although the demon envoy is injured, Chen Feng is killed, and the Devil Shadow Sect's strength seems to be severely weakened. However, we don't know the extent of the demon envoy's injuries. We don't know the strength of the blood-sucking beast either. We can't make a move now. Let's wait until the blood-sucking ritual starts tomorrow. We are relieved now that young hero Ling has said so. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng were originally worried that Ling Xiao was young and impetuous. Coupled with his relatively strong strength, he would underestimate the enemy. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao was very steady. By the way, young hero Ling, we have a favor to ask of you. Would you agree to it? Feng Huan suddenly asked. We're already comrades in the same trench. We even have to entrust each other with life and death. What's the point of asking for help? As long as it's something I can do, I'll do my best to help. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, it's not a difficult task. The two of us aren't as strong as young hero Ling. If you need us, just push us out. We're willing to be your pathfinders. Even if you are killed for something, you don't have to avenge us. Just remember one thing. Help us take good care of our son and daughter. We don't have much to pursue in this life. We only have this little thought of happiness. Feng Huan said very seriously. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too, Wang Cheng said. Sometimes, there was no such thing as a perfect plan. There would always be people who had to be sacrificed. In the dark art of war, there was a move called Young Master offering his head, which was a method of self-sacrifice. Although it was similar to the ruse of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence, it was even more vicious. The ruse of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence was at most being beaten up. But the young master offering his head was even sacrificing his life. Under such circumstances, the enemy's suspicion would be minimized. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng's meaning was very simple. If they had to make a sacrifice, the two of them were willing to die. Father, mother, let your son die. Anyway, your son won't be able to go far on the path of martial arts in this life. The most pitiful thing is mother. You're a rank 1 martial artist. As long as you don't die, you'll definitely be able to step into the rebirth realm. Wang Peng couldn't help but say. Some people say that in the mystic world, those without strength are equivalent to trash. In fact, I don't agree with this saying. Not to mention that you're a good martial artist. Even if you don't know any martial arts, in the eyes of your parents, you're still a treasure. Feng Huan's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her son dotingly. This made Ling Xiao sigh with emotion. Even in the mystic world where the weak were prey to the strong, where the winner was king, there were still true feelings. Don't worry. For others, there may not be a perfect plan. But for me, Ling Xiao, perfection is my goal. Ling Xiao said faintly, sacrificing you to save my sister will put heavy shackles on both her and me. It will hinder our progress on the path of martial arts. I won't do that. But, no buts. Just listen to my arrangements. The three of you have to do something very simple. You just have to help me relieve the pressure. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, can the two of you deal with a hall master? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, of course. The two of them nodded. Good. Then the two of you will deal with a hall master. The remaining threats to us are the 3 hall masters. One is Chen Wuyan, one is the demon envoy, and one is the blood-sucking demonic beast. The blood-sucking demonic beast is under the control of the array, so it can't move freely. Wang Peng, your next task is to let the outside world know about everything here. If you're lucky, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group will send people to help us. It will be much easier for us to save them. Although the Heavenly Wind group might protect Chen Wuyan, they did not dare to openly support such an evil vampire sacrifice. Can you do it? Ling Xiao asked again. I will do it even if I die. Wang Peng was very clear that his task was the easiest because on the day of the blood-sucking sacrifice, there would be no disciples of the Devil Shadow sect guarding outside. Ling Xiao gave him this task because he wanted him to run away. But he would never run away. He would do his best to complete this task. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, the two of you remember. No matter whether you can kill a hall master or not, don't worry about me. Go and save them. That is your real task. This is my sister's portrait. Look carefully. If you can't release all the blood-sucking pigs, then save your loved ones first. Ling Xiao turned around and said, Are you crazy? Can you really face so many experts alone? Feng Huan carefully analyzed Ling Xiao's plan. This was basically using Ling Xiao himself as bait. So, whether I can survive or not depends on whether you can save the people first. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I am betting my life on you. Don't let me down. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after making the necessary arrangements. In fact, although this mission seemed dangerous, it was not as difficult as imagined. He did not care about the 3 hall masters at all. Moreover, Feng Huan and Wang Cheng could help him in time after killing one of the 4 hall masters. The one he was most afraid of was the demon envoy. Chapter 2285. To Ling Xiao, having a lot of enemies was not a problem. It all depended on whether he played it well or not. After a moment of silence, Feng Huan and Wang Cheng looked at each other and kowtowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. Young hero Ling, we will never forget your great kindness. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we are willing to do anything for you. Let's talk about the future in the future. Have you heard my arrangements clearly? Ling Xiao asked. Understood. The 3 of them nodded their heads. They were extremely excited and moved by the gesture. If they hadn't met Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had such an easy opportunity to save people, because none of the 3 of them could be the bait. The bait must be strong, have excellent movement skills, and be able to attract the attention of many people. Only Ling Xiao could do it. But if Ling Xiao did this, the possibility of him being killed was very high. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng all thought that Ling Xiao was sacrificing himself to save people. They were moved and admired him. Such a person was really rare in today's world. Young hero Ling, the process of the blood-sucking sacrifice is actually very simple. First, the disciples worship the portrait of the Devil Shadow Sect's sect master. Second, start the blood-sucking array and feed the blood-sucking beasts with blood pigs, so that the blood-sucking beast's strength will reach their peak state. Finally, the blood-sucking beasts will cooperate with the blood-sucking array to release countless tentacles and begin the blood sacrifice of the entire 8 immortal city. Once they succeed, not only will all the blood pigs die, but even the entire 8 immortal city will become a purgatory on earth. Many people may be unknowingly sucked dry of blood. At the beginning of the second step, Qin Wuyan, the demon envoy, and several hall masters will bathe in the blood pig's blood and receive the blood baptism from the blood-sucking beasts. If we want to take action, we can only choose to do it before this step begins. Otherwise, if the blood pigs are killed, our rescue mission will be declared a failure. While speaking, Feng Huan's face was very gloomy and his body was trembling violently. Although there was no clear distinction between good and evil in the mystic world, there was no so-called righteous or evil sect, but a sect like the Devil Shadow Sect was definitely in existence that everyone despised. Their cruelty and ruthlessness were simply outrageous. Raising humans as blood pigs to feed blood-sucking demon beasts, this kind of practice should be punished by the heavens. That's right, a bunch of animals worse than pigs and dogs. Now, no amount of cursing is of any use. Since we know that they are worse than pigs and dogs, there is no need to show mercy. Let's have an underground blood sacrifice, but the target of the blood sacrifice is not the blood pigs, but the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect. Ling Xiao's killing intent was boiling in his body. He was not a chivalrous hero, but he was still a young warrior with a sense of righteousness and conscience. Moreover, the Phantom sect had offended him and captured his sister from the Black Tortoise continent. How could he not understand killing intent? A terrifying killing intent filled the entire manor. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng couldn't help but shiver. With such a terrifying killing intent, just how strong was Ling Xiao? Their hearts were filled with doubts. What had this young man experienced? His killing intent was comparable to that of a fierce general who had killed thousands of enemies on the battlefield. No, it should be said that it was stronger. Wang Peng, you go first. Try to go to the governor's mansion, the Tianfeng group, and the 8 Immortal Mountain for help. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took out a formation refining stone. Then, a cocoon-like light circle appeared in the hall. This is a transmission array? Feng Huan and Wang Cheng were shocked. Yes, it can directly transmit to the surface, but it can only transmit 2 people at a time, and it will consume a lot of spirit stones. It can't be used again for 15 minutes. Ling Xiao sighed. This is already very powerful. I heard that the demon envoy seems to be able to make the same transmission array, but his transmission array can only transmit 1 person at a time, and it can't be used again for an hour. Feng Huan still maintained a shocked expression. The surprises that Ling Xiao brought her were simply too many. Now that her son had left, she and her husband had no worries. They only needed to do their best to save their daughter. Watching Wang Peng leave the transmission array, Feng Huan and Wang Cheng made up their minds. After saving their daughter, they would die for Ling Xiao. In that case, Ling Xiao could use the transmission array to send their daughter out of the devil's lair. Even if they died, they would be satisfied. The next day, the preparations for the vampiric sacrifice were coming to an end. Once again, someone ordered all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect to head to the place of prayer. The so-called place of prayer was the place where Qin Wuyan and the demon envoy lived. That place had been transformed into the core of the array. When the time came, the array would be activated and its power would be greatly enhanced. In addition to the vampiric demonic beast, it would also require the prayers of many disciples. To put it bluntly, it was the power of the soul. After all, this vampiric sacrifice array was targeted at the entire 8 immortal city. If the power of the soul was not strong enough, it would be difficult to succeed. It's time for us to set off. Ling Xiao stepped out of the manor and smelled the thick smell of blood. Although the blood in the hall last night had dried up, the thick smell of blood still lingered in the air. Although the spies who had been killed had been stupid and impetuous, they had all been brave warriors who had tried to annihilate the Shadow Devil sect. Ling Xiao could not save them, but he would help them fulfill their wish. This way, even if they died, they would be able to rest in peace. A bunch of beasts in human skin. Looks like I, Ling Xiao, will be able to go on a killing spree today. Ever since Ling Xiao had entered the Samsara realm, he had kept a very low profile. However, time and time again, he had been forced to reveal his ruthless side. He had killed over 10,000 disciples of the Shadow Devil sect in the Ascension town. He had actually felt a little uncomfortable. After all, most of those disciples had been ordinary martialists. However, after seeing the actions of the Shadow Devil sect and hearing Feng Huan and the others' introduction, he had been filled with hatred. He only hated himself for not killing those guys earlier. Ordinary martialists had committed evil, but they had also committed evil. Just because they were ordinary didn't mean that they deserved sympathy. That would be too unfair to the people who had been killed or harmed. Many hypocritical sects had always advocated that even those from the heterodox Tao had dignity and rights. They could not be beaten or killed just because they were from the heterodox Tao. However, they had never considered whether the people who had been killed by these demons had received the dignity and rights they deserved. Ling Xiao abhorred this kind of thing. A life for a life was a matter of course. People who tried in vain to pretend to be pitiful and innocent after killing people were even more disgusting than those vicious fellows. Let's split up. You won't be able to stay with me from now on, but remember my plan. Chapter 2286. Ling Xiao, Feng Huan, and Wang Cheng separated for the time being. In addition to the rules of the Shadow Devil sect, Ling Xiao also arranged different tasks for each of them. Ling Xiao would focus on dealing with the experts of the Shadow Devil sect and attract their attention, while Feng Huan and Wang Cheng would focus on saving people. However, considering that the Shadow Devil sect would send a hall leader to deal with Feng Huan and Wang Cheng, Ling Xiao asked if the 2 of them could kill a hall leader. This was crucial. If they couldn't kill a hall leader, this plan couldn't be carried out. Ling Xiao had to stop the others and prevent more experts from dealing with Feng Huan and Wang Cheng. Young hero Ling, be careful. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng nodded. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a match for those people, so they had to save Ling Jiaojiao and their daughter as soon as possible. In this way, Ling Xiao could choose to escape. With Ling Zhao's strength and the strange teleportation formation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As for the vampire sacrifice that would destroy the Shadow Devil sect, they didn't even dare to think about it. Unless the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group could really help. However, they were very clear that neither the Tianfeng group nor the Eight Immortals Mountain would believe Wang Peng's words. At this time, Wang Peng had been kicked out by the Tianfeng group. He had been slapped in the face, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. What kind of big sect are you? The Eight Immortals County is in danger, and you don't plan to do anything? Get lost, or I'll kill you. The Tianfeng group's martial artist kicked Wang Peng away. Wang Peng fell to the ground and wanted to fight for his life. However, on second thought, he couldn't die. The Tianfeng group's reluctance to help might have something to do with Chen Wuyan. So, he went to the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, when he arrived at the Eight Immortals Mountain, the situation was almost the same. The pitiful Wang Peng suffered another round of beating and was seriously injured. Luckily, Lin Ruoxian intervened and saved him. Lin Ruoxian listened to Wang Peng's words. Although she had some doubts, she still planned to report this matter to the sect. Of course, Wang Peng did not mention Ling Xiao because it was a secret that he did not want to reveal. It was a pity that Lin Ruoxian's report was still shelved by the sect. They did not take it seriously at all. Although he said that he was doing research, he didn't seem to care at all. Young Hero Ling is also a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but why is there such a big gap between us? Wang Peng couldn't help but mutter out of frustration. Did you say young Hero Ling? Lin Ruoxian asked. No, I didn't say anything about young Hero Ling. Since your Eight Immortals Mountain didn't help, then just wait for your bad luck. Perhaps nothing will happen to the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, but your people in the Eight Immortals County will suffer. Wang Peng said angrily. Follow me. Lin Ruoxian picked up Wang Peng and went straight to the Eight Immortals County Governor's office to find Lin Yuan. He asked Wang Peng to explain the situation. Words are not proof. Even if this official believes you, your words cannot convince the other members of the Lin family, let alone those soldiers. Lin Yuan sighed and said, it would be great if the people outside could see the scene underground. In that case, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Wind Group and the Eight Immortals Mountain will have to take action. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxian's eyes lit up and said, good idea. Uncle Lin can do this. The Uncle Lin she mentioned was Lin Fengyuan, the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortals County. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had broadcast various martial arts competitions to the entire Black Tortoise continent. There was no shortage of equipment. Lin Fengyuan told Lin Ruoxian that because there were no elemental towers in the city of the Night Dwellers, there was no way to transmit signals. Therefore, someone had to take the risk to sneak into the underground to broadcast. Wearing a portable elemental tower would suffice. I'll go. Lin Ruoxian knew that the young hero Ling Wang Peng mentioned was Ling Xiao. How could she let Ling Xiao take the risk alone? Going through thick and thin together, sharing blessings together, this was what friends should do. As long as she could broadcast what was happening underground, it would be a great help to Ling Xiao. At that time, under the influence of public opinion, the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group would have to take action. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what was happening outside. He did not have the leisure to care about that now. The vampiric sacrifice had begun, and his plan had also begun. Although the plan was perfect, if there was even the slightest mistake, it would lead to Ling Jiaojiao's tragic death. Even his life had to be forfeited. Therefore, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous at this time. It was just that Ling Xiao was good at controlling his emotions. He kept himself in a state of calmness. This way, he could more accurately carry out his plan. The vampiric sacrifice is the grandest ceremony of our Shadow Devil sect. This time, the sect master used the Eight Immortals County as a test. We must not disappoint him. Now, let's begin the first task. Kneel down and worship the sect master's portrait. The so-called portrait of the sect master could not be seen clearly. It was just a person wrapped in a black cloth. However, the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were very sincere in their worship. Ling Xiao pretended to squat there, but his Tai Chi eye was searching for the whereabouts of Ling Jiaojiao and Feng Huan's daughter. Since he had promised the two of them that he would help them find their daughter, he would not go back on his word. Because there were too many martial artists who had been arrested, This created a big problem for Ling Xiao. However, he still found the Feng Huan couple's daughter and informed the two of them to go rescue her. However, Ling Jiaojiao's whereabouts were still unknown. Without finding Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly, because if he was exposed at this time, his plan would be ruined. After the worship, all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect began to pray. A special prayer came out of their mouths. This prayer condensed into a blood shadow in the void, which was then injected into the vampiric array. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the vampiric array was slowly activating. Fortunately, a formation of this level was not so easy to deal with. This also gave Ling Xiao some opportunities, allowing him to have more time to find the person he was looking for. Since the Tai Chi Eye was not working, Ling Xiao simply released his Gemini martial souls to search together. After all, this was the most important purpose of his trip this time. Loyal disciples, your loyalty to the Shadow Devil sect will definitely be rewarded. Now that the prayer has begun and the array has been activated, the 8 Immortals County will completely belong to our Shadow Devil sect. Chen Wuyan began to give his speech excitedly. His words had a special magical power that made the disciples even more excited. Even the speed at which they recited the prayers became faster. As the prayer sped up, the activation of the vampiric array also sped up. Ling Xiao became even more nervous. Ling Jiaojiao had not been found yet, which made him feel uneasy. Young hero Ling, we found our daughter. According to him, a girl was imprisoned in the eye of the array, right between the eyebrows of the vampiric beast. Because the girl has the bloodline of the Sword Saber Divine Emperor, she can make the vampiric beast stronger. Chapter 2287. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng successfully rescued their daughter. This was because everyone's attention was on the vampiric sacrifice. Moreover, the Demon Shadow sect believed that the spies had been eliminated. This was why their actions were so relaxed. Hearing this, Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. His gaze abruptly shifted to his feet. This was the eye of the array, where the head of the vampiric monstrous beast was. This vampiric monstrous beast looked like an octopus, but it had many more tentacles. Its face was also more terrifying. Between the vampiric monstrous beast's eyebrows was the light of an array. Ling Jiaojiao was imprisoned there. At this time, Feng Huan and Wang Cheng were also discovered. No matter how weak the Demon Shadow sect's vigilance was, they still had a set of surveillance methods. After Feng Huan and Wang Cheng rescued their daughter, they were discovered. At the start, the Hall Masters planned to deal with the spies. However, the suspicious demon envoy ordered, "Send a Hall Master to bring some people over. The other Hall Masters are to stay here. Be on guard against the enemy's plan to lure us away." Hearing this, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "The two of you hide our daughter well, and then go save Jiao Jiao. I'll delay them here." Ling Xiao transmitted mentally. "No, young hero Ling, listen. Your sister's situation is rather special. She seems to be imprisoned by an array. The two of us don't understand arrays, so it's impossible for us to save your sister. Listen to us. In a while, take advantage of the chaos and go save her. We'll be the bait. Our daughter and son are entrusted to you." Feng Huan said very calmly, "You're a smart person. You understand what I'm saying, right?" Although he was unwilling to admit it, Feng Huan was right. The plan had to be changed. He took a deep breath. Remembering the affection of Feng Huan and Wang Cheng, he transmitted mentally, "Take care. No matter what, I'll protect your daughter and son. As for the two of you, I said that we'll leave together alive. I'll definitely do it. You don't have to fight head-on. You just have to stall for time. With your familiarity with this place, and the fact that the Demon Shadow sect has to send a large number of martial artists to guard the array, it shouldn't be a problem to last for an hour. We'll do our best." At this point, the plan had changed. Ling Xiao was no longer the bait. Instead, he had to save Ling Jiaojiao first. However, he only made minor adjustments to his plan and did not reject it completely. Since he said that he was going to save her, he didn't want to go back on his word. He couldn't care less about the others, but Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, their daughter, and Ling Jiaojiao had to stay alive. "Stupid rat, You still dare to behave atrociously at this time. The blood-sucking Grand Array had been activated, and the entire Eight Immortals County was within the array. Even the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group won't be able to escape this calamity. How can one or two rats overturn the heavens? The demon envoy's cold voice rang out, filled with confidence and cruelty. I know that some of the spies are very clever and manage to avoid my screening, but it's useless. After today, other than the people from the Shadow Devil sect, everyone else will become our blood pigs. Lord Demon Envoy, this seems to be different from what you told me. Chun Wuyan's expression changed greatly. Deacon Chun, why are you so surprised? I promised not to hurt Chen Changsheng, so I won't hurt him. However, the other people from the Heavenly Wind Group have nothing to do with you, right? The Demon Envoy sneered. The Eight Immortals County is the test of the Shadow Devil sect. If it doesn't succeed, it will affect the blood-sucking Grand Array in other places of the Shadow Devil sect. Therefore, I naturally have to maximize the range and power of the blood-sucking Grand Array. Do you have any objections? No. As if he had been brainwashed, the little bit of doubt that Qin Wuyan had disappeared in an instant. It seemed that he was really under the control of the Demon Envoy. Activate the altar, and use the divine power of the sword and saber Shenhuang to assist the blood-sucking demonic beast to complete the blood-sucking ritual. Chun Wuyan's expression became cold again. He waved his hand, and one of the hall masters pressed a certain mechanism. The altar rose. The huge head of the blood-sucking demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. It was ugly, repulsive, and extremely terrifying. Everyone was looking at the ferocious demonic beast in shock. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were fixed on Ling Zhaojiao, who was between the demonic beast's eyebrows. At this moment, Ling Zhaojiao had already woken up from her coma. Seeing this terrifying scene, she was trembling all over. She had once thought that she could protect her family and her most beloved brother, Ling Xiao, after awakening the martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang. However, the disaster began from that moment. Although she did not know what would happen to her, the possibility of her death was very high. Chun Wuyan said coldly, "Do you know this woman? Her name is Ling Zhaojiao, a girl from the Ling family of Yuhua Town. Of course, you don't know such an insignificant woman. In the past, I was even more dismissive of her. However, not long ago, she awakened the martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang. She has a noble bloodline that no one in the Eight Immortals County can surpass, nobler than the 8 big families of the Eight Immortals Mountain. The martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang." In a dark place on the periphery, a woman exclaimed in her heart. At the same time, the small elemental tower that she was wearing successfully broadcasted the scene on the big screen in the Eight Immortals County Square. At this moment, everyone in the square was looking at the scene on the screen in astonishment. This is the rumored scene of the Demon Shadow sect's blood sacrifice. Do you see it? That is the terrifying blood-sucking demonic beast. It will activate the blood-sucking formation and eventually turn the Eight Immortals County and the surrounding thousands of miles into the paradise of the Demon Shadow sect. All the warriors will become their blood pigs for them to suck blood. Lin Ruoxian explained in a low voice. In fact, this was not the first time she had done such a thing. She had also been the host of the martial arts conference in the Eight Immortals County. Therefore, many people in the Eight Immortals County knew her. Isn't that Lin Ruoxian? What is she doing? What Demon Shadow sect? What blood-sucking sacrifice? The people were still in a state of confusion and did not know what was being broadcasted on the screen. But soon, they understood. Qin Wuyan said it herself. Do you know? Before finding this girl, the success rate of the blood-sucking sacrifice was only 50%. But with her, to be exact, with the bloodline of the Sword-Saber Divine Emperor in her body, the success rate will instantly soar to 90%. Basically, the success rate is 100%. Qin Wuyan said excitedly. Not only that, the range of the blood-sucking formation will also be greatly expanded. Originally, we were only targeting the Eight Immortals County. But now, even the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng Group will be included. Now, do you understand how important she is? Not only that, after the blood-sucking sacrifice is completed, All the Demon Shadow Sect disciples who participate in the prayer will be promoted by 3 to 5 realms. Some will directly break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Those who are in the Yin-Yang realm will definitely be promoted by 1 realm. In other words, after the blood-sucking sacrifice, the Demon Shadow Sect will become a force second only to the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group in the 8 Immortals County. Of course, the premise is that the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group can survive this blood-sucking sacrifice. Chapter 2288. Chen Wuyan laughed maniacally. The disciples of the Spectre sect below were also shouting wantonly, like a group of crazy cultists. Especially for those half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10 disciples. Entering the Yin-Yang realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They were completely reborn. Then, Chen Wuyan looked at Ling Xiao and the other hall masters and said, "You've worked hard and contributed greatly, so you'll naturally receive more benefits." Perhaps he would soon reach the 3rd level of hell, or the peak of the 2nd level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, you'll become important figures in the 8 Immortals city. Even the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group will have to be wary of you. A crazy scene appeared again. The hall masters and tens of thousands of disciples prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted loudly. The Demon Shadow Sect will last for thousands of generations. Our sect leader will live forever. Unify the mystic world and achieve hegemony. Lin Ruoxian broadcasted this to the people in the 8 Immortals city. That's Chen Wuyan, the youngest son of the Tianfeng group's leader, Chen Changsheng. Why does he seem to be doing some cult ritual? It must be a joke. Our 8 Immortals city is unbreakable. That's right. It must be a joke. Up until now, most of the people still didn't take what they were seeing seriously. In their opinion, it was just a joke. If they did not take it seriously, those powerful families and warriors would not take it seriously either. Ling Jiaojiao opened her eyes and looked at this scene in despair. She was like a leaf in the cold wind, helpless and helpless. She did not know what to do. In the past, when she was in danger, it was Ling Xiao who saved her and the Ling family. But today, in this underground city, Ling Xiao would not know that something happened to her. Even if he knew, he would not be able to save her. The feeling of being all alone was not good. Ling Jiaojiao felt that she was too useless as the clan leader. Not only could she not protect the Ling family, but she might even implicate her brother, Ling Xiao, who she cared about the most. In Ling Jiaojiao's opinion, the demon envoys, deacons, and hall masters of the Demon Shadow Sect were all terrifying figures. They were existences that could reach the heavens. They were the top experts in this world. After all, she was not a reincarnation realm warrior, so she did not know that there were existences that were much stronger than these people in the outside world. Despair? It was true despair. Ling Jiaojiao despair not because she might die, but because she could not tell her brother, Ling Xiao, how terrifying the Demon Shadow Sect was. She could not let Ling Xiao escape. Lane. This was probably the only regret she had before she died. After all, of course, she was only a little girl in her age. However, when fear and strong longing collided, the longing for Ling Xiao won out. Her body, which was trembling violently, gradually stopped trembling. Ling Xiao knelt on one knee. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Of you? Wu Yin Yin. Wu Yin. He didn't even release the slightest killing intent. He had already begun to analyze the mysteries of the formation. A strange light kept flashing in the Taiji eye. But at this time, the situation was very chaotic, so no one noticed his left eye under the black cloak. Anger was useless. Ling Xiao was very clear about this. After saving Ling Jiaojiao, he would turn the underground city of the Demon Shadow Sect into ruins. Boom! Suddenly, a corpse fell onto the high platform. Everyone saw it clearly. It was one of the hall masters of the Demon Shadow Sect. This hall master had just received orders to deal with the rats that had sneaked in. But now, he was killed and his corpse was thrown on the stage. The scene was dead silent. Someone dared to slap the Demon Shadow Sect in the face at such an important moment. That was impressive. 2 figures, one black and one white, attacked the moment the corpse fell. Feng Huan and Wang Qing knew that Ling Xiao would only have a chance to save Ling Jiaojiao if they attracted everyone's attention. Their daughter had been hidden. But if the vampiric sacrifice was not stopped, she would still die. So, they were fighting with their lives on the line. They did not hold back at all. They did not think that killing ordinary disciples would affect them much. So, they directly attacked the protectors. Perhaps it was too sudden. Perhaps it was because they were stronger than the protectors. Or perhaps it was because the Hall Master's corpse attracted too much attention. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng attacked at once and killed almost all of the protectors. The power of their combined moves was still very terrifying. And at this moment, they had successfully attracted everyone's attention, including Ling Jiaojiao's. Ling Jiaojiao raised her head, looked at Feng Huan and Wang Cheng, and sighed helplessly. At this moment, she was extremely conflicted. She hoped that someone would come to save her. She hoped that her brother, Ling Xiao, would appear like a god. But on the other hand, she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be a match for these people. He would definitely be courting death if he came. On one hand, she was disappointed. On the other hand, she was worried. A girl's heart was so strange. All of you, attack together and kill those two people. Chen Wuyin gave the order for the remaining 4 Hall Masters to attack together. Naturally, one of them was Ling Xiao, disguised as Lu Tai. After receiving the order, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind and charged toward Chen Wuyin. Chen Wuyin was shocked by this sudden attack. At this moment, the demonic envoy could not save him because the demonic envoy was controlling the formation. And because he was not prepared, he could only hastily deal with this attack. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Chen Feng. Someone saw the appearance of the person who ambushed Chen Wuyin and could not help but cry out in alarm. Currently, Chen Feng's eyes were lifeless. They were cold and empty, as if he was a corpse. However, his movements were very agile and swift, exactly the same as when he was alive. Lord Deacon, I'm here to save you. Ling Xiao turned back halfway, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Naturally, Chen Feng had turned into a demonic corpse because of him. However, this ambush could not kill Chen Wuyin. Hence, Ling Xiao turned back and tried to gain Chen Wuyin's trust. With trust, when the situation became more serious, he would have a chance to approach Ling Jiaojiao openly. If he wanted to save Ling Jiaojiao now, the demonic envoy would definitely stop him. Puqi, the sharp weapon in Chen Feng's hand pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao blocked a seemingly fatal attack for Chen Wuyin. In fact, this was merely a performance. Bastard. Chapter 2289. Many thanks, Lord Deacon. This subordinate was just doing what I should do. Ling Xiao's face was deathly pale, cold sweat flowing down his forehead. Even the demon envoy was deceived by this scene. Originally, he still had some doubts about him, but now it was completely gone. He smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Hallmaster Lu, I wronged you previously. In a while, I'll invite you to share that girl's flesh and blood. Share flesh and blood? Ling Xiao immediately felt nauseous. He had long been used to killing people, but sharing flesh and blood was truly an extremely disgusting method. He found it hard to understand, let alone accept it. Ha ha ha, Hallmaster Lu, looks like you don't quite understand. It's normal. Generally speaking, our fiend shadow sect purely sucks blood because the most nutritious part of the human body is blood. However, this girl is somewhat special. Her bloodline is very special. It can be said that her entire body is a treasure. If you can devour it, it will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation. The demon envoy laughed loudly. Ling Xiao suppressed the anger and disgust in his heart and said to the demon envoy, Many thanks for Lord Demon Envoy's kindness. I will definitely sacrifice my life for the fiend shadow sect. Good. Ha ha ha, good. Little girl, you're very honored. When the time comes, you'll become a delicious meal in our stomachs. You'll die a worthy death. The demon envoy looked at Ling Jiaojiao and laughed loudly. You guys are worse than beasts. You'll definitely die a horrible death. It's best if you're cut into pieces and chopped into mincemeat. Definitely. Ling Jiaojiao gnashed her teeth and cursed loudly. The demon envoy laughed very proudly and made a strange sound. Then, he said disdainfully. Die a horrible death? I've heard such words too many times. It's a pity that I've lived for decades and am still living well. If you want to talk about dying a horrible death, it should be you, little girl. Soon, you'll die very miserably. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and did not speak. In fact, she also felt very powerless about her cursing. If cursing was useful, this demon envoy would have died thousands of times already. It was impossible for him to live until now. Was there really no one who could deal with these bastards from the Fiend Shadow sect? She sighed helplessly. Her belief that evil people would be repaid with evil gradually became less firm. It's good that you don't say anything. You can only accept your fate. The demon envoy sneered. He closed his eyes and began to focus on controlling the great blood-sucking array. Due to Feng Huan and Wang Qing's sudden appearance, the prayers of the Spectre sect's disciples were temporarily disrupted. However, this situation would soon pass. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng were already surrounded by the three hall masters. They could only keep dodging, but the injuries on their bodies were still increasing. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the forehead of the blood-sucking demon beast. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was a sudden burst of strength. At this moment, no one realized what he was going to do. It wasn't until Ling Xiao undid the formation and released Ling Jiaojiao that the demon envoy and Qin Wuyan suddenly reacted. Lu Tai, what are you doing? Qin Wuyan said furiously. Lu Tai? Ha 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 ha, Lu Tai, that bastard, was killed by me in Yuhua Town long ago. A mere disguise was enough to fool you idiots. The Spectre sect is just us. Ling Xiao pretended to tear off the disguise on his face, but in fact, he just changed back to his original appearance. Ling Xiao. At that moment, the most shocked person was Ling Jiaojiao. At first, she didn't understand why Hall Master Lu would suddenly save her. Now that she saw that familiar face, her eyes were completely blurred in an instant. Her tears soaked her clothes, and she cried like a tearful person. Hey, you're an elder sister. Don't cry like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Who told you that an elder sister can't cry? You idiot. Why did you come? Although I'm very happy, do you know that you can't get out now that you're here? Idiot. You're such a big idiot. Ling Jiaojiao shouted loudly. That was a kind of extreme happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. Of course, there was also a strong sense of worry. Her complex emotions completely exploded in an instant. Young hero Ling, save them and leave quickly. Feng Huan shouted loudly. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of moving. Standing on the head of the blood-sucking beast, Ling Xiao's expression was confident and cold. Of course, he had to save them, but he had to destroy the blood-sucking sacrifice. It wasn't because of a righteous and noble sentiment. It was because if he didn't destroy the blood-sucking sacrifice, even he wouldn't be able to survive. After all, the blood-sucking formation covered such a large area. Even if he had the array refining stone, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. You still have the mood to care about others? Go to hell. Seeing Feng Huan and Wang Cheng suddenly stop running, the three hall masters of the Spectre sect of the 8 Immortals counterattacked together. They wanted to kill the two in an instant. 3 attacks were launched at the two of them at the same time in an area of effect manner. Young hero Ling, leave quickly. Feng Huan and Wang Qing knew that they couldn't escape this time, so they planned to use all their strength to kill one of the hall masters. In this way, they could reduce Ling Xiao's burden. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword chi fell from the sky and landed in front of the two of them. One sword chi had taken 3 lives. The 3 hall masters were all killed on the spot. Their throats were all pierced by the sword chi. Because they died too quickly, they were still in the attacking position. The scene was very strange. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng looked at the scene in shock. They couldn't believe it. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was so strong. He killed the 3 hall masters of the Spectre sect with 1 sword. This strength was probably outstanding among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Stay here and heal well. When the sword chi landed, Ling Xiao also landed near Feng Huan and Wang Cheng. Then, he raised his right hand and took out an array refining stone. It turned into a strange Vajra array, protecting Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Ling Jiaojiao. Since your injuries have healed, let's start killing. There are no innocent people here. All of them are worse than beasts. But young hero Ling, you're facing so many people alone. How can you be a match for them? Feng Huan said in shock. Don't worry about me. We've been forced into a desperate situation today. Even if we escape, we can't escape the Vajra array. So, it's already a situation where either you die or I live. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Since there was no way out, he became even calmer. When the only choice was to kill, then he would do his best. Whether he could win or not would only be known after the battle. After saying that, Ling Xiao reached into the corpses of the 3 hall masters and took out 3 demonic seeds. In addition to the demonic seeds that he took out from Yuan Zheng's body, there were 4 of them. These demonic seeds might be useless to others, but to him, they were great supplements. Chapter 2290. He swallowed the 4 demon seeds. The energy released from Ling Xiao's body turned into a terrifying blood-red color in an instant, as if he was a devil. His current strength was barely enough to deal with Qin Wuyan, but to deal with the demon envoy, he had to increase his cultivation to a higher level. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. Therefore, he swallowed the 4 demon seeds in order to break through his cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't dare to do this, but today, there were so many people in front of him who deserved to die for him to vent his anger. Even if the demon seeds were too powerful, he could perfectly integrate them. At this time, more and more people gathered in the square of the 8 Immortals city. Among them were people from the 3 big families and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. There were also some disciples from the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group. Someone recognized Ling Xiao. That person seems to be Ling Xiao, a disciple from the 8 Immortals Mountain. He was in the limelight during the ghost prison trial. Why is he fighting with Qin Wuyan again? Isn't he afraid of Qin Chongqing? He really doesn't know what death is. I think he's quite powerful. For his sister, he barged into the demon's den alone. What a romantic thing to do. Among the crowd, there were people who looked down on Ling Xiao. Naturally, there were also women who were infatuated with him. However, until now, no one felt that it was a big problem. They even treated themselves as bystanders, watching a good show on the live broadcast. No matter how much Lin Ruoxian tried to explain, it was to no avail. If they didn't experience the real danger, they wouldn't know that Lin Ruoxian's words were true. Lin Ruoxian hid in the dark and didn't intervene in the battle, but she was ready to help Ling Xiao at any time. It wasn't time for her to take action yet. You're Ling Xiao? Qin Wuyan looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were bloodshot. He was furious because he felt that he was fooled. This was absolutely intolerable. Where's Lu Tai? And those disciples of the Shadow Devil sect who went to Yuhua Town, what happened to them? They're dead, Ling Xiao said lightly. Impossible. With your strength, how could you kill so many people? Could it be that the 8 Immortal Mountain interfered? Qin Wuyan frowned. He was really worried. If the 8 Immortals Mountain really interfered, then today's situation would not be easy to deal with. I only represent myself. It has nothing to do with the 8 Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Oh right, let me tell you something interesting. Chun Feng's subordinate, Skinny Monkey, is not a spy. The testing method of your Lord Demon Envoy is really useless. Also, Qin Feng's sneak attack on the Devil Envoy was also my doing. Hee, are you happy now? The reason why he said all this was to disturb the other party's mind. After all, since he was weaker than the other party, he could not resort to normal means. Qin Wuyan, kill him quickly. That brat is stalling for time. He should be trying to break through. The demon envoy suddenly roared. Qin Wuyan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Then, he rushed toward Ling Xiao. Tisk! Seeing that his intentions had been seen through, Ling Xiao immediately used the moonlight meteor steps and started moving among the crowd at lightning speed. Every time he touched a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect, one of them would be killed. Ling Xiao was probably the only one who could kill people in the process of cultivation. Instead, Qin Wuyan was blocked by his own people. His movement technique was not as good as Ling Xiao's. Facing so many obstacles, he was still unable to catch up with Ling Xiao. Trash! Come over and control the blood-sucking Grand Array. Activate it as soon as possible. Don't worry too much. Even if the effect is not as good, it can still envelop the 8 Immortals County. Leave this brat to me. When the demon envoy saw that Qin Wuyan was unable to catch up with Ling Xiao, he became anxious. He roared and called Qin Wuyan over. Qin Wuyan controlled the blood-sucking Grand Array for him, while he was free to deal with Ling Xiao. Blood Spirit. The demon envoy roared and released countless blood-red ghost-like things from his body. They charged into the crowd to capture Ling Xiao's figure. He knew that his movement technique was definitely not as good as Ling Xiao's. However, such means were enough to kill Ling Xiao. From the moment Ling Xiao killed the 3 hall masters and blended into the crowd until now, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Ling Jiaojiao was still a little confused. Was that really my brother Ling Xiao? But how can he be so powerful? Although she saw Ling Xiao attack, she was a little doubtful. After all, when Ling Xiao left Yuhua town, compared to now, there was a huge difference. They were not on the same level at all. It should be. Feng Huan also found it hard to believe. She had already thought highly of Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, she realized that she did not understand Ling Xiao's strength at all. Even if she did not understand a little bit, that shocking sword strike was still reverberating in her mind. It was difficult to erase it for a long time. What are you all still standing there for? Kill those 3 people. The demon envoy roared as he chased Ling Xiao. The disciples of the Shadow Devil sect could pray and fight at the same time. This was not a problem. Hearing the demon envoy's order, they remembered that they could still fight. Thus, tens of thousands of people rushed toward Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Ling Jiaojiao. Boom! A large number of attacks landed on the King Kong array. However, the King Kong array shone brightly and was not damaged at all. Instead, it seemed to have become even harder than before. Damn it! This King Kong array can actually absorb the attacker's internal energy and become even more unbreakable. You all hide. I'll do it. The demon envoy was the only one among them who was proficient in formations. Since the King Kong array could not be broken by force, he might as well use his ability to break it. He could see that Ling Xiao cared a lot about the girl called Ling Jiaojiao. As long as he captured Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to continue escaping. The demon envoy rushed toward the King Kong array. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. He could feel that his cultivation was close to breaking through the first cycle of the Yin-Yang realm's first level, the peak of hell. Just a little bit more. However, at this time, he did not have the time to think about it. Although he knew that this was a trap, he had to stop the demon envoy. Of course, the method was a little different. In his fury, Ling Xiao's body flickered with lightning. Like a thunder god, his speed was extremely fast. He directly blasted toward the demon envoy's back. The demon envoy clearly did not expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Ling Xiao arrived to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this time, he had no choice but to hastily dodge. If Chen Feng could injure him, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be able to injure him as well. Therefore, the demon envoy did not dare to be careless. Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art. Thunderbolt Heavenly Fire. After failing to hit the demon envoy, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop there. The terrifying sword aura transformed into dozens of lightning bolts that directly landed among the crowd. Dozens of Devil Shadow sect disciples were killed on the spot. Chapter 2291. The 4 demonic seeds from before were enough for Ling Xiao to break through. Now, the demonic seeds of dozens of Yin-Yang realm disciples had fused into his body. His cultivation had already reached a critical point. What a pity. I was so close. It looks like I'll have to fight the demon envoy face to face. Ling Xiao was very clear that the time when his cultivation rose the fastest was when he constantly battled with various powerhouses. Every time he fought, he would benefit greatly from it. Today, facing the demon envoy, Ling Xiao wanted to break through. Whether or not you're that trash Ling Xiao from that remote town, you've killed so many people from the Demon Shadow sect today. You'll die without a doubt. The demon envoy's expression became extremely ugly. He was here, and yet, all of the hallmasters had been killed, as well as all of the town-level executors. That left him with no face at all. It made him feel even more humiliated. I'll die? I don't think so. Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed that he didn't break through. However, after killing so many yin-yang realm martial artists with one strike, his heavenly fire had finally reached the transformative realm. It had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Once any move reached the transformative realm, not only would its power increase greatly, but it would also have some special effects. The special effect of Fallen was the gravitational pressure. When using Fall of the transformative realm, it would make the enemy feel a terrifying pressure. It would be as if their body was being pressed down by something terrifying, making them unable to move. Their internal strength would also become sluggish. He hadn't used the special effect of heavenly fire yet, so he would use the demon envoy as a test subject. No, you'll definitely die. But before I kill you, I want to know who you are and why you're using Ling Xiao's name to make an enemy out of the demon shadow sect? The demon envoy questioned coldly. We're the clearest about Ling Xiao's strength. Killing my devil shadow sect's Mo Fengzi and those from the Mo family is already his limit. Who are you? I'm Ling Xiao. I'm the real deal. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impossible. The demon envoy harshly said. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to reveal your true identity now. Soon, I will make you speak the truth. Is he really not Ling Xiao? Feng Huan and Wang Cheng were also confused. They did not recognize Ling Xiao from Yuhua Town, but they had heard of this person before. He was a young martial artist who had killed Mo Fengzi, a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect. However, his cultivation base shouldn't be at half-step in Yang realm yet. It had only been a month, and he was already able to kill the Hall Master of the Shadow Devil sect? No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. No, he's Ling Xiao, my little brother. The confusion on Ling Jiaojiao's face disappeared and was replaced by conviction. Perhaps Ling Xiao's strength confused her, but she understood Ling Xiao's character too well. There was no mistake. Looks like we really underestimated Ling Xiao back then. He's 10 times stronger than we thought. Feng Huan smiled bitterly. If they had known this earlier, they might have acted more calmly and not made some mistakes that they should not have made because they were anxious. Yes, young and promising. This Ling Xiao must be a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Wang Cheng sighed. No, unfortunately, I'm just an insignificant ordinary disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Cheng and smiled faintly. However, you don't have to worry. I, Ling Xiao, said that I would let you out alive, and I won't go back on my words. You still want to go out alive? You really don't know how strong you are. The demon envoy sneered and unleashed his aura. At that moment, the disciples of the Devil Shadow sect were overjoyed. However, Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Ling Jiaojiao's expressions changed drastically. Third level of Hell, Yin-Yang Realm. This was the demon envoy's true cultivation base. His strength was enough to make people despair. Even Ling Xiao himself felt that he had no hope of winning, let alone the 3 of them. The only way was to expose his identity and ask the Butterfly Lady for help. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he wouldn't be the demon envoy's match. This was probably the most dangerous of the countless dangers he had encountered. I didn't expect the demon envoy to be so powerful. I'm really surprised. Ling Xiao had no intention of revealing what he was thinking. His expression remained cold and detached. He didn't seem to be afraid of the demon envoy. Pretentious. Without the help of the 8 Immortal Mountain, you're just a clown. The demon envoy looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Whether I'm a clown or not, you'll know once you try. There's no need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao stood there as his aura continued to rise. A terrifying killing intent formed a terrifying blood-red aura around his body. The people standing next to him began to tremble. What a strong killing intent. Looks like you've killed a lot of people. But it's a pity. You could have had a beautiful future. But today, you won't have the chance to regret. The demon envoy was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao's killing intent. Although his strength and cultivation were stronger than Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's killing intent could crush him. Once the killing intent came into contact with him, his strength would be greatly reduced. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Ling Xiao hooked his finger and said, Die, arrogant brat. The demon envoy soared into the sky and roared. Countless blood spirit condensed into a huge skull and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The air was filled with the aura of death. There were also ghostly wails and howls. At the same time, on a street in the Immortal County, a tentacle suddenly stretched out. A martial artist who was walking on the street didn't have time to react and was sucked dry on the spot. In a luxurious manner, a group of martial artists in luxurious clothes were drinking and chatting. Dozens of tentacles suddenly stretched out and sucked the dozens of martial artists present dry. This scene happened almost simultaneously in the Immortal County. Of course, there were powerful martial artists who avoided the tentacles, but they still couldn't avoid the effects of the blood-sucking array. They could clearly feel their blood chi constantly weakening. If a person's blood chi decreased to a certain level, they would definitely die. Even powerful yin-yang realm martial artists were no exception. Finally, the Immortal County panicked. The martial artists in the Immortal County square understood that what they were seeing was not a game. It was a true evil sacrificial ceremony targeting the Immortal County. Dozens of corpses that had been sucked dry already appeared on the square. The truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, everyone looked at the big screen at the same time. They looked at Ling Xiao on the screen. Their hopes were actually placed on this little-known little martial artist. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. However, at this moment, they could only support Ling Xiao. Stop the blood-sucking array. Ling Xiao, I beg you. The Immortal County needs you. Chapter 2292. Don't be sarcastic. It's our fault. As long as we can survive, we will do anything Ling Xiao asks us to do. At this time, many people silently swore and prayed in the crowd. They pinned their hopes on Ling Xiao. Of course, there were also some people who disdained Ling Xiao. For example, the Heavenly Wind Group and the Eight Immortals Mountain. The Heavenly Wind Group sent out their gold members, while the Eight Immortals Mountain sent out their disciples. However, they only sent one person. The gold member of the Heavenly Wind Group was called Chan Fengxiao, while the disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain was Sha Diao. In their opinion, the Devil Shadow sect could be easily destroyed by these two people. However, when Qin Fengxiao and Sha Diao arrived at the underground city under Wang Peng's lead, they did not immediately take action. A meaningful sneer appeared on the faces of the two men. Why aren't you helping? Ling Xiao alone is definitely not the Devil Envoy's match. Wang Peng shouted anxiously. Shut up. Sha Diao knocked Wang Peng out with a palm. It's ridiculous. Haven't you heard that heroes always appear at the last moment? Even if we want to take action, we have to wait until more of the people in the Eight Immortals County die. Then, those lowly guys will be grateful to us. Sha Diao sneered. Agreed. Qin Fengxiao nodded with an indifferent face. The lives of ordinary martial artists were insignificant in their eyes. In fact, they wanted to see Ling Xiao killed by the Devil Envoy, and then they would take action. This way, their influence would be greater. The two of them looked at the battlefield at the same time. Although Ling Xiao could deal with the Devil Envoy with the Moonlight Meteor Step and Thunder Battle Body, but after a while, he was suppressed by the Devil Envoy's huge blood spirit to a corner. Run? Why don't you run? Your movement skill is good, but unfortunately, in this world, it's not enough. Maybe I'm the nemesis of martial artists who are good at movement skills. The demon envoy coldly looked at Ling Xiao, a smug expression on his face. Although his attacks did not hit Ling Xiao, he relied on his familiarity with the terrain to trap Ling Xiao in a corner. This time, Ling Xiao had no chance at all. Everything is about to end. Kid, your death is at hand. If you are willing to tell the truth and tell me who you are, perhaps I can spare you. The demon envoy said indifferently. You're crazy. I've already said it many times. I'm Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain of the Eight Immortal Mountains. Ling Xiao said grumpily. Since you're so stubborn, then you can die. This next move is my strongest move. It's also a move that I've condensed my blood and chi for many years. Using it to send you on your way is a supreme honor for you. With ridicule and anger, the phantom of a giant scythe condensed behind the demon envoy. The phantom was wearing a black cloak and looked like a skeleton from head to toe. Only its eyes flickered with a blood-red glow, as if they could steal one's soul. The death deity martial spirit. This is the martial spirit that my sect leader bestowed upon me. Its strength is comparable to the 9 great dragon souls and the 12 immortal martial spirits of the Archean era. As the demon envoy spoke, a giant blood-red scythe appeared in his hand. On the blade, a cold glow flickered as energy continued to condense. Then I'm really lucky to meet you. However, your death deity martial spirit should be a replica made by your sect leader. Although it's quite powerful, it's a pity that it can't be compared to the 9 great dragon souls. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could see that the demon envoy's martial spirit was not the real thing. It was a replica made with a very powerful technique. Although martial spirits were not unique, many people could have the same martial spirit. However, there were some martial spirits that were very special. They were unique, and there was no second one. For example, the 9 great dragon souls, the 12 immortal martial spirits, the death deity martial spirit, etc. Of course, there was also the tyrannical martial spirit. If one wanted to obtain these martial spirits, they would have to die. How dare you blaspheme the sect leader's reward? You deserve death. The demon envoy was very angry. He could not accept that someone dared to say that his martial spirit was a replica. His aura became even more strange and powerful. Ling Xiao, leave quickly. I believe that with your strength, you will be able to escape successfully. Don't worry about me, leave. Ling Jiaojiao wanted to believe in her brother, Ling Xiao. However, the cruel reality in front of her told her that Ling Xiao was not the demon envoy's opponent. She did not want to harm Ling Xiao because of her, so she screamed hysterically. Her cries resounded throughout the underground. I, Ling Xiao, have never done something like leaving my family behind to escape. I have never done it before, and I will never do it in the future. Moreover, I will never die. Ling Jiaojiao only heard this sentence before she saw the demon envoy launch an attack on Ling Xiao. Blood filled the sky. Ling Xiao's figure seemed to be swallowed by the huge god of death. That kid is dead for sure. Should we make a move? In the dark, Sha Jiao glanced disdainfully and said to Chen Fengxiao, "Your 8 immortal mountains disciples are too useless. I was hoping that he would be able to seriously injure the demon envoy before he died. That way, it would be easier for us to deal with him." Chen Fengxiao sneered and rushed out. That kid is not worthy to be a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect. Sha Jiao snorted and rushed out at the same time. These 2 people were extremely powerful. Their terrifying auras were stronger than that of the demon envoy. When the 2 figures appeared on the big screen, many people forgot about Ling Xiao's existence and became incomparably excited. It's Chen Fengxiao. It's Sha Jiao. Great! The Tianfeng Group and the 8 Immortal Mountain have finally sent experts. With them, we can finally be saved. That Ling Xiao's performance was not bad. It's a pity that he died. After his death, he will be posthumously conferred as the hero of the 8 Immortals County. Hee, that's true. No matter what, he tried his best, although he didn't achieve anything. Why are you saying it so nicely? That Ling Xiao is a trash who overestimated his own capabilities. He should have reported to the 8 Immortals Mountain when he knew that the Devil Shadow sect was doing such a thing. He deserved to die. Yes, he deserved to die. Most of the people who said such heartless words were from the Zhou family and the Xin family. There were also some disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain who were related to the Sha family and the Tianfeng Group. They thought that Ling Xiao was a trash who was greedy for merit. Not only did he not contribute, but he also ruined the reputation of the 8 Immortals Mountain. His death was too good for Ling Xiao. Death scythe, bloodlust. There was a loud bang, and the big screen seemed to shake for a moment. The demon envoy not only wrapped Ling Xiao with a terrifying bloody light, but also released a terrifying attack. Chapter 2293. When the demon envoy attacked, the bloody light was too strong. Hence, many people's vision was blocked and they couldn't see what was happening inside. No one knew what was happening to Ling Xiao. However, most people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Who's there? The demon envoy who was attacking Ling Xiao suddenly felt two terrifying auras. Turning his head, he saw Chen Fengxiao and Sand Eagle charging at him from both sides at the same time. At that moment, all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were shocked. The square of the Eight Immortals County was filled with cheers. Boom! The terrifying attack hit the demon envoy instantly. The body of the demon envoy was smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Done! Sha Diao and Chen Fengxiao looked at each other with complacency. This is too easy. What a lousy Shadow Devil sect. It's not even worth mentioning. Sha Diao said disdainfully. That's right. After killing this demon envoy, there shouldn't be any powerful people left in the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Wuyan, you've really been blinded by the devil. How can you associate yourself with such an evil creature? Chen Fengxiao looked at Chen Wuyan and shouted, Little nephew, don't talk nonsense. The Shadow Devil sect is a supreme sect. If you offend them, you will be in trouble. Chen Wuyan was Chen Fengxiao's uncle. Hence, it was reasonable for him to call Chen Fengxiao his nephew. Why are you still so stubborn? Brother Sha, do you have any objections if I take Chen Wuyan away? Chen Fengxiao asked. Of course not. However, someone is broadcasting the scene here. You have to explain yourself. Sha Jiao and Chen Fengxiao had carried out missions together in the past. Although the Heavenly Wind Group had a grudge against the Eight Immortals Mountain, they had always been on good terms. Moreover, the two of them had done some shady business together. They were birds of a feather. Don't worry. I will. Wait. Chen Fengxiao was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the mist around them hadn't dissipated. Logically speaking, the bloody mist should have dissipated after the demon envoy was killed. However, it hadn't dissipated yet. This meant that something was wrong. The gold members of the Heavenly Wind Group are indeed powerful. It's a pity that you discovered it too late. How can the two of you possibly escape from my blood mist formation? The one who spoke was actually the demon envoy that had clearly been killed just now. That guy who was good at formations. Oh no, neither of us knows anything about formations. There was no doubt that Chen Fengxiao and Sand Eagle were stronger than the demon envoy, but the problem was that they were trapped in the array because of their carelessness and arrogance. Not only could the blood mist formation trap them, it could also continuously absorb their blood qi, making them weak and powerless. The appearance of the two of you really gave me a fright. It seems that this place has been exposed, but it doesn't matter. I've just changed the method of entering the underground city. No one else can come in. Just obediently become nutrients for the blood-sucking demonic beast. You two idiots. The demon envoy looked coldly at Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have really died today. It seemed that he had to be more careful. Invincible. The devil envoy is invincible. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Devil Shadow sect shouted excitedly, while the warriors of the Eight Immortals City all turned pale and despair appeared on their faces. Those who had just been bragging about how powerful Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle were had completely collapsed. Ling Xiao is dead, and those two idiots are trapped. It seems that it's impossible to destroy this blood-sucking formation. Why don't we fight? Wang Cheng looked at Feng Huan and asked. Just now, everyone was paying attention to Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle. They all thought that Ling Xiao had died in the terrifying attack of the demon envoy. Therefore, Wang Cheng was ready to make a final gamble. Let's go all out. Ling Xiao died for us, so we can't live either. Feng Huan nodded and said, Count me in. There were no tears on Ling Jiaojiao's face, only coldness and determination. With Ling Xiao's death, her world seemed to have turned dark and colorless all of a sudden. At this time, what was the point of living? It was better to die. In fact, Ling Xiao was not dead at this time, but he was indeed injured. He clashed head-on with the demon envoy and released the move, Heavenly Fire. Then, a terrifying wound appeared on his abdomen, so deep that his bones could be seen. He was injured by the terrifying sickle qi. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be eroded by the death qi and gradually lose their vitality. But Ling Xiao had the heavenly demon battle body. The death qi had no effect on him at all. In addition, his life martial soul had a strong recovery. He was recovering his combat strength at an extremely fast speed. and he was observing the demon envoy's every move. Although the performance of those two idiots, Qinfeng Xiao and Sha Diao, really opened my eyes, fortunately, everything is going according to my plan. Ling Zhao's heavenly fire did not seem to have any effect on the demon envoy, but in fact, the special effect had already taken effect. It was just that outsiders could not see it. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Ling Zhaojiao were about to step out of the Vajra formation. Ling Xiao was a little anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the three of them walk back. Although he did not understand why, this was the best choice. He just needed a little bit more, and he would be able to fully recover. In fact, the three of them had heard Lin Ruoxian's warning. Lin Ruoxian only said 4 words. Ling Xiao is not dead. As for why she knew this, it was because she had once left a strand of her own divine sense on Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would be able to sense it. For Ling Xiao, she had put in a lot of effort. Many times, Lin Ruoxian could not explain why she was so good to this kid, but Ling Xiao had never let her down. He had won glory for her time and time again. His performance was really amazing. With the time Lin Ruoxian bought, Ling Xiao finally recovered completely. At this time, the demon envoy had already turned to look at Ling Zhaojiao. Ha ha ha, as I said, you can't escape the reality of becoming a blood-sucking demon beast's sacrifice. But that Ling Xiao, if it weren't for you, he wouldn't have died. I think he's at least a heaven-grade genius. What a pity, what a pity. As he spoke, the demon envoy walked towards the Vajra array. Although there was a small interlude, everything would go smoothly according to his plan. But at this moment, a strong murderous aura pierced through the bloodlight, completely dispersing the surrounding bloodlight. Old dog, you want to kill me with your little tricks? You're dreaming. Ling Zhao's figure appeared in the bloody light, completely unscathed. How is this possible? The demon envoy saw that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of injury and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Even the appearance of Qinfeng Xiao and the Sand Eagle did not make him so shocked. Ling Xiao could actually take his death scythe attack and not die. This was unbelievable. One had to know that the same move could easily kill a martial artist of the first transformation, 2nd level of hell. Chapter 2294. Qinfeng Xiao and Sand Eagle made a high-profile appearance, but they were easily trapped by the demon envoy. Even the entrance to the underground city was sealed. It was almost impossible for people outside to enter. On the 8 Immortals County Square, everyone showed a look of despair. They wanted to escape from the 8 Immortals County, but they found that the county was already trapped in a bloody light. No matter where you go, you will eventually return to the city. And in this bloody light, you have to face the attacks of the terrifying tentacles again and again. If you are not careful, you will die and turn into a dried corpse. They can't escape. The two people who had high hopes can no longer pin their hopes on them. What should they do? Despair once again spread throughout the 8 Immortals County. It was in this critical situation that Ling Xiao was resurrected. Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead for sure, was actually standing there unscathed. His battle prowess seemed to have increased as well. Old thing, you want to kill me? You don't have the ability. Ling Xiao looked at the demon envoy. His fighting spirit skyrocketed. If the attack just now was the demon envoy's strongest attack, then he could rest assured. Relying on the mysterious world body, sun god transformation, intermediate thunder and lightning battle body, and intermediate lava battle body. Now, it would not be easy for him to die. Ling Zhao's body began to change. His original human appearance turned into a cold monster. Terrifying scales appeared on his body and his eyes emitted a cold light. His sharp teeth and claws looked particularly strange under the bloody light. Beast warrior? Everyone who saw Ling Zhao's transformation let out the same exclamation. Didn't they say that beast warriors have long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent? Who knows? But rumor has it that beast warriors are incomparably powerful. Under the same cultivation, whether it is combat strength or defense, they are shockingly strong. But what kind of beast warrior is this Ling Xiao? I can't see his transformation. Who cares? As long as this kid can save us, he is the hero of the 8 Immortals County. Yes. At the same time, Many people on 8 Immortal Mountain saw the same scene. The mountain master of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Qi Lian, was extremely vexed. Such a genius has actually fallen into the hands of the mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain. Why didn't I recruit him back then? What a pity. The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master was even more regretful. If I had known that this brat was a heaven-ranked genius, I would have married Fei Ying to him. Sigh. Even the Sandrace, who had always been unhappy with Ling Xiao and wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao, also sent out a secret order: try to recruit Ling Xiao as much as possible. Give him the same treatment as a disciple of the family. If he's sensible, train him vigorously. If he doesn't know what's good for him, get rid of him as soon as possible. Such a person must not be allowed to live after becoming our enemy. For Desert Sea and Desert Cloud, who had a grudge against Ling Xiao, such a secret order was naturally very unpleasant. But so what if he was unhappy? They would never dare to disobey the family's secret order. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao would fail to adapt to the situation. In the underground city, on the altar, the demon envoy was more shocked than anyone else. But in the next moment, his shock turned into malevolence. Brat, you were lucky to escape from that attack just now, but it's definitely impossible for you to do it again. The demon envoy was furious. In any case, there was no need to worry about outside experts coming to stop him. He finally stopped holding back. Terrifying blood chi filled the air again, and the terrifying blood-red scythe continued to gather terrifying power. Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to him. Ling Jiaojiao really wanted to go out and help, but she was firmly held back by Feng Huan and Wang Cheng. The difference in strength was too great. If she went out now, she would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao's tears flowed again. Ling Xiao had survived, and she was very happy. But in the blink of an eye, she had to face the demon envoy's terrifying attack again. This time, would he be able to survive by luck? Idiot, with your strength, what right do you have to fight him? Don't you know formations? Hurry up and think of a way to save us. Sha Jiao shouted loudly in the blood mist formation. Brother Ling, now is not the time to be swayed by emotions. If the three of us work together, we can definitely destroy the blood-sucking formation easily. Chen Fengxiao also shouted. At this time, this guy's attitude immediately changed. He became like this when he had a favor to ask of others. It was really quite laughable. However, Ling Xiao didn't look at them at all. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to break the blood mist formation. He was a calm person and knew that Sha Diao's words were right. But the problem was, would the demon envoy give him this chance? He had saved Ling Jiaojiao before because the demon envoy had let down his guard against him and succeeded. But now, the demon envoy's eyes were fixed on him. If he really went to save them, then the first to die would be him. Death Scythe, Bloodlust. The same attack attacked Ling Xiao. The power was no weaker than before, and even seemed to be slightly stronger. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand and stabbed out. Lightning Fall. Terrifying sword chi turned into shocking lightning and blasted on that scythe. The scythe instantly became extremely heavy and finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. This was the special effect of the outer tier fall. The additional gravity was really useful. However, what made Ling Xiao unhappy was that although he could block the demon envoy's attack, he couldn't hurt the demon envoy at all. He couldn't do anything else under the demon envoy's attack. For example, stopping Qin Wuyan from activating the blood-sucking formation. At this moment, the demon envoy sneered and said loudly, "All disciples, begin the blood sacrifice and kill the blood pigs. I don't believe that this kid can block my attack after I obtain the power of the blood-sucking formation." The demon envoy saw that his attack couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, so he thought of another way. Once the blood-sucking formation was activated, the blood and qi would be absorbed into the body of the blood-sucking demonic beast. Then, his power would increase. The longer it lasted, the faster it would increase. Although the blood-sucking formation's effect would be greatly reduced without Ling Jiaojiao, he didn't care anymore. Yes, the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect let out a deafening roar, followed by the blood-sucking screams of the blood pigs. Hearing these screams, Ling Zhao's veins couldn't help but bulge. This black tortoise continent would definitely become his Ling Zhao's, Black Tortoise Continent. Those blood pigs would also become his people. If he could do it and didn't do it, he would definitely regret it. Moreover, once the blood-sucking formation was fully activated, Ling Zhaojiao would definitely die. This was also something that he absolutely couldn't tolerate. It seemed that he had to release an even more powerful force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop the demon envoy. Ha 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 ha, how do you feel, Ling Xiao? Are you very depressed? Very anxious? Speaking of which, you're just a turtle with a stronger defense. Although I can't kill you, I can firmly imprison you, and you can't hurt me in the slightest. The demon envoy laughed loudly and said, when the blood-sucking sacrifice is over, I will truly have the cultivation of the late stage of the first transformation of the third level of hell. At that time, let's see who dares to look down on me. Chapter 2295. The demon envoy's cultivation had to be strengthened by the vampiric sacrifice. Ling Xiao knew this too. The demon envoy's cultivation was the same as most of the demon shadow sect's disciples. He relied on the vampiric demonic technique to raise his cultivation. Although his cultivation was at the third level of the yin-yang realm, his actual combat power was only at the early stage of the third level of the yin-yang realm. Even so, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat him. The only thing he could do was attract the demon envoy's attention. Damn it, do I really have to expose myself here? Ling Xiao really didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. Once exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. But could he not expose himself? Could he just watch as Ling Zhaojiao was killed? Could he just watch the demon shadow sect's beasts be so smug? Ha ha ha, kill, kill. You bloody pigs are only fit to be our demon shadow sect's cultivation materials. You want that Ling Xiao to save you? Stop dreaming. He can't even protect himself now. Tonight belongs to the demon shadow sect. It belongs to all of the demon shadow sect's disciples. Ha ha ha. Smug roars sounded one after another, followed by screams. Lin Ruoxian, who was streaming, couldn't watch anymore. She tried to kill the demon shadow sect's people. However, at this moment, her heart suddenly trembled. It was as if something terrifying was about to happen. She looked in horror at the source of the power that made her heart palpitate. Ling Xiao? The demon envoy was just as shocked as her. The demon envoy was enjoying the power boost from the vampiric formation and Ling Xiao's anxious and helpless expression. He was enjoying the screams of countless bloody pigs. However, at this moment, his expression instantly turned solemn. A terrifying power that he had never seen before exploded from Ling Xiao's body. It made his heart tremble. This power seemed to come from ancient times. It was wild and ferocious. What's going on? The demon envoy looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He wanted to know what this kid was doing. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was suspended in mid-air. The originally black scales on his body had turned a scarlet color. Behind him was the boundless universe. A huge claw reached out from the universe. Then there was a deep roar. It was as if there was an earthquake, causing the entire 8 immortal city to shake. Dong, dong. Heavy footsteps came closer and closer. After the huge claw was followed by a huge head. It was an extremely strange and huge demonic beast that looked like a combination of a rat and a black tortoise. It had the shrewdness of a rat and also the aggressiveness of a black tortoise. In particular, the monster's body had a strange aura that could destroy the world, causing the demon envoy's heartbeat to accelerate. Blood chi was blood. The demon envoy's internal energy to shadow roar. The monster walked out of the pitch-black universe and let out a roar that reverberated through the world. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. The demon envoy to demon blood Lu Lin. Demon blood Lu Lin's envoy was an extremely powerful demon beast. Its cultivation was at least equivalent to a warrior in the 4th layer of hell. But facing this monster, it couldn't help but tremble. Even the demon blood-sucking array stopped. All the disciples of the demon shadow sect felt fear and palpitations. They trembled as they watched this scene. The butcher knives in their hands had already stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue killing, but that they had no other choice. The terrifying pressure released by the demon envoy wasn't something they could withstand. Kill. Ling Xiao opened his scarlet eyes and spat out a word. The huge demon envoy waved its claws and slapped the demon blood Lu Lin's envoy. The demon blood Lu Lin tried to resist, but the demon envoy's snake-like tail bit down on its vital point. Mournful howls continued to ring out. If it was a one-on-one battle, the demon envoy could easily kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, it was suppressed by the demon envoy's beast god power and couldn't use its strength. Moreover, in order to prevent the demon envoy from acting recklessly, the demon envoy also restrained the demon envoy, making it unable to attack. By the time the demon envoy wanted to release the demon envoy, it was already too late. The demon envoy's blood was sucked dry by the demon envoy in one gulp and turned into a dried-up skin bag. The demon blood-sucking array stopped completely. What's going on? The demon envoy's blood was sucked out instead? What exactly is that monster? This scene made everyone who saw it feel incomparably shocked. Even Ling Xiao himself was dumbfounded. In fact, Ling Xiao originally planned to release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and fully unleash his strength to fight the demon envoy. But the moment he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the demon envoy actually reacted. The demon envoy was originally incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it instantly evolved into the Sky Tyrant demon envoy. It became stronger than before and also obtained some characteristics of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. As the beast god of the Black Tortoise continent, it originally controlled all the beasts of the Black Tortoise continent. The demon envoy was also a beast and would naturally submit to the beast god's power. Ling Xiao had thought of this, which was why he had released his sun god martial spirit and killed the blood-sucking demonic beast in one strike. The moment he killed the blood-sucking demonic beast, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the blood-sucking demonic beast's power being transmitted to him through his sun god martial spirit. It merged into his body. The tightly locked promotion gate finally opened again. What are you waiting for? These are the murderers who killed you. Kill them and you'll be saved. Ling Xiao's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the first layer of hell, but he still needed to consolidate it. At this moment, he cooperated with the Sky Tyrant demon envoy to put all the demon shadow sect's disciples in an indescribably terrible situation. Their blood chi flowed backward, and their internal energy was chaotic. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even keep their bodies from collapsing. Some half-step Yin-Yang realm disciples of the demon shadow sect directly exploded and died on the spot. The demonic seeds flew directly into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation continued to rise. The power in his body was constantly strengthening. Kill. Finally, the blood pig's imprisonment was completely broken and they started a crazy counterattack. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Ling Jiaojiao happily charged into the midst of the demon shadow sect's disciples. Their revenge, their hatred, they wanted to vent it all at this moment. Seeing this, Chen Wuyan was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. The demon envoy wanted to stop this massacre, but he found that Ling Xiao, wearing the Scarlet Sun God armor, had already appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao was the one who was anxious before, but now the demon envoy was anxious. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for ruining my plan. I'm going to kill you. The demon envoy roared and tried to use the bloodlight to kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he found that because the demon envoy was killed, his soul was connected to the demon envoys, causing him to suffer a backlash. Chapter 2296. The blood-sucking beast was killed and the demon envoy's soul was injured. His strength had shrunk once again. He would be thankful if he could reach the middle stage of the second layer of hell. Humph, you only relied on the blood-sucking array and the blood-sucking beast. Now that the blood-sucking beast is dead and the array is destroyed, what else can you do? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the demon envoy. He was confident that he could defeat the demon envoy now. Even if I'm not as strong as before, I'm still confident that I can kill you. The demon envoy was still stubborn. Ha ha ha, you couldn't kill me just now. You can't do it now. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the demon envoy and laughed. But don't worry, I'll let you watch all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect die before I kill you." In the following time, Ling Xiao kept the demon envoy busy, dodging and obstructing him. He waited until all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were dead. Then he stopped and deactivated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit also returned to his original state. The demon envoy felt that the terrifying pressure had disappeared. But when he saw the corpses all over the place, he was like an enraged beast that wanted to make Ling Xiao pay a heavy price. The captured blood pigs all had excited expressions on their faces. No one was afraid. They had been raised and tortured like pigs. Today, Ling Xiao had given them a chance to take revenge. They all knelt down and shouted Ling Xiao's name. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name would be heard throughout the 8 Immortals County from today onwards. Lin Ruoxian was also happy for Ling Xiao. After today's incident, even if some people from the 8 Immortals Mountain wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, they would have to think twice. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero of the 8 Immortals County. If they attacked him without any reason, it would arouse the anger of the people. Neither the 8 Immortals Mountain nor the Tianfeng group dared to do that. In the dark tunnel, Chen Wuyin fled desperately. The moment Ling Xiao unleashed the Tyrant Son of Heaven God, it had given him a terrifying shock. He had lost his will to fight. Right now, he only wanted to run for his life. However, in the darkness, a ray of light flashed, and Chen Wuyin was killed silently. The one who attacked was Lin Ruoxian. How could she let a scum like Chen Wuyin escape so easily? Moreover, as long as Chen Wuyin was alive, she would bring great trouble to Ling Xiao. She didn't want to see Ling Xiao being targeted by Chen Changsheng. "You're worse than a beast. You deserve to die." Looking at Chen Wuyin's corpse, Lin Ruoxian snorted coldly. Of course, this scene was not broadcasted live. She was not stupid. If she killed Chen Wuyin, she would definitely offend Chen Changsheng. She didn't want Ling Xiao to get into trouble, and she didn't want to get into trouble either. This kind of assassination was actually the best method. On the other side, Ling Xiao was facing the demon envoy. A sneer appeared on his face. "Oh, demon envoy, you've used up all your tricks, but in the end, you're all alone. How do you feel?" It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to use the Tyrant Son of Heaven God to intimidate the demon envoy, but he couldn't do it. Although the demon envoy would also be affected by this kind of pressure before the blood-sucking beast was devoured, and his strength would decrease, he was definitely not an easy opponent. However, this was also good. He could fight face-to-face, one-on-one. It would also let Ling Xiao know how much his combat strength had improved after his cultivation breakthrough. In the darkness, Lin Ruoxian hesitated for a moment and directly cut off the broadcast. In the previous battle, Ling Xiao had shown shocking strength, which was enough to make Ling Xiao famous. Facing the demon envoy next, many people would probably want to see Ling Xiao's performance. However, Lin Ruoxian thought further. This time, Ling Xiao was going to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains disciple test. He couldn't completely expose his strength. Although the Tyrant Son of Heaven God was powerful, to be honest, even she didn't know whether that was Ling Xiao's strength or the god that originally existed in the underground city. The whole battle was between the Tyrant Son of Heaven God and the blood-sucking beast. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. It wouldn't expose Ling Xiao's true strength. In the future, there would definitely be people who would say that Ling Xiao had gotten lucky. That would be a good thing for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He just wanted to kill the demon envoy in front of him to vent his anger. At the same time, it was also a trial for him to improve his cultivation. This guy actually dared to attack his sister. He absolutely couldn't be forgiven. Of course, in contrast to Ling Xiao's confidence, Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, Ling Jiaojiao, and the countless blood-sucking pigs were extremely nervous. Because as long as the demon envoy didn't die, it wouldn't be over. The demon envoy could kill all of them by himself. The demon envoy naturally understood this point. He coldly swept his eyes over everyone and said, "Good, very good. You guys really have some ability. You actually dare to resist. You've killed so many of my disciples. You're really savage. But don't forget, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. I'll make you all die here. Especially you, Ling Xiao. Although I don't know how you swallowed the blood-sucking beast, With you as the core of the blood-sucking formation, you should be able to make the formation even more terrifying. Perhaps I've profited from this disaster. For the 8 Immortals County branch of the Spectre sect, only the demon envoy sent by the headquarters was a true member of the Spectre sect. Only with his death would the Spectre sect in the 8 Immortals County be completely eradicated. But killing this guy was easier said than done. Young hero Ling, we'll help you deal with him. The blood-sucking pigs were grateful that Ling Xiao had saved them. They loudly shouted and several of them flew into the air to kill the demon envoy. They wanted to use their lives to help Ling Xiao defeat the demon envoy. Stop! By the time Ling Xiao wanted to stop them, it was already too late. Although the demon envoy's strength had decreased due to the backlash, it was still easy for him to deal with these blood-sucking pigs. In addition, the demon envoy was proficient in formations and had a very strange martial soul. He was probably much stronger than a martial artist at the second stage of the Yin-Yang realm. The moment Ling Xiao's voice rang out, the demon envoy's attack was already released. He didn't make a move. The blood-sucking pigs were sucked dry in midair. Only Ling Xiao saw clearly that the demon envoy had a blood-sucking secret technique that was even more terrifying than the other disciples of the Spectre sect. It could suck blood within a certain range. Ha ha ha! A bunch of ants worse than pigs and dogs actually dared to challenge the authority of the Spectre sect. It seems like you're really anxious to die. Come, all of you, come at me together. I'll definitely let you die very quickly. The demon envoy laughed wildly and was extremely arrogant. Don't move. This guy should have some kind of secret technique that can suck your blood and chi within a certain range to increase his strength. Don't be afraid. With me here, he won't be arrogant for long. You guys can enjoy this moment of relief. Ling Xiao waved his hand and signaled the blood-sucking pigs, Feng Huan, and the others to move aside. Chapter 2297. Young hero Ling, don't do anything rash. Although this guy looks weaker than before, he is still an expert from the second layer of hell. You are definitely not his match. Feng Huan shouted anxiously. I said I can deal with him alone. Trust me. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at everyone, revealing a confident smile that was as bright as the sun. But Feng Huan wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao's confident smile made her unable to say anything. She could only watch as Ling Xiao walked towards the demon envoy. A bunch of idiots. He wants to die. Don't you know how to stop him? Attack together. Kill that old dog and it will be over. Sha Jiao shouted in the blood mist array. However, no one paid attention to him. Although Ling Xiao now had the chance to save Sha Jiao and Qin Feng Xiao, he would not do it. Because the only enemy left was the demon envoy. He had enough confidence to deal with him. How could he give up such a good test subject to others? Qin Feng Xiao, Sha Jiao, it's useless for you two to be anxious. After I deal with this idiot, I will naturally kill the two of you. I believe that the blood of the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain and the gold members of the Tianfeng group must be very nutritious. The demon envoy looked at the anxious Qin Feng Xiao and Sha Jiao with a cold smile and said proudly. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and anger. Brat, that evil martial spirit of yours really gave me a shock. However, you should only be able to use such a powerful move once, right? You have ruined my plan and the heavy responsibility that the sect leader has given me. Our vampire sacrifice may be delayed for years or even decades because of this huge failure. It's all your fault. You cannot escape from your punishment. Although I may not be able to escape death when I return to the sect, as long as I capture you alive, I can change my fate. Unfortunately, you may not even be able to return to your Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao looked at the demon envoy indifferently. The opponent's strength had been greatly reduced, but his strength had reached the peak of the first layer of hell. This was the true cultivation of the first layer of hell. The power he possessed was many times stronger than before. Previously, when he faced the demon envoy, he had no chance of victory. He could only barely keep his life. But now, with the difference in strength, he was filled with confidence in defeating the demon envoy. Brat, you're arrogant enough, but the more arrogant a person is, the sooner they die. Today, you will definitely die. A brutal, bloody light once again erupted from the demon envoy's body, but the range was not as large as before. And this range was still shrinking. In the end, it completely fused into the demon envoy's body. This was the complete recovery of the energy that had leaked out, and it looked like it wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao completely. Everyone, just you wait. The blood-sucking sacrifice will start again. Blood pigs will always be blood pigs. None of you can escape this fate. Die. In that instant, the demon envoy's body turned into a bloody fog of nothingness that hurtled towards Ling Xiao. Blood mist barrier. With a furious roar, the demon envoy's blood fog turned into a fierce beast that rushed towards Ling Xiao. It clearly wanted to wrap around Ling Xiao and suck him dry. Let's try out the body movement after the improvement of my cultivation. Moonlight meteor step, quick. As Ling Xiao's internal force circulated, his body suddenly left its original position. This speed was 10 times faster than before. Still want to escape? Your Moonlight Meteor Step is only a Deacon's low-grade Jade martial skill. How can it be stronger than my mid-grade Jade martial skill? Blood Mist Illusionary Step. The Demon Envoy could attack others at this time, but in his heart, he knew very well that if he did not kill Ling Xiao, it would be meaningless to kill others, and Ling Xiao would not allow him to do so. Plus, he was very confident in his body movement. His Blood Mist Illusionary Step had already reached the Dashang level. Even a martial artist of the same cultivation level might not be able to catch up with him, not to mention a mere Ling Xiao. But when he really chased after him, he was shocked to find that Ling Xiao's speed was much faster than before. Not only that, it was clearly a low-grade Jade martial skill, but when used, it was not inferior to his mid-grade Jade martial skill. In fact, it was obviously faster. Could it be that I misjudged? The demon envoy's shocked voice came from the blood mist. Yes, you did misjudge, and it was a serious misjudgment. As his voice rang out, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and stabbed at the demon envoy's side with even more terrifying speed. The demon envoy panicked, the blood-red sickle against the heavy sword filled with the power of thunder and lightning. The underground city could not help but shake. Then the two returned to their original positions. If it wasn't for the demon envoy's astonished expression being too obvious, people would have thought that nothing had happened. Of course, the demon envoy would be surprised. Not only did Ling Xiao's speed increase a lot, even his attack power increased a lot. Just now, although he reacted hastily, the terrifying power of the sword really cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He did not want Ling Xiao to see his embarrassment, so he deliberately pretended that there was no problem. Your cultivation level has broken through? You actually reached the peak of the first layer of hell, but you can't be thinking that with just this little bit of cultivation, you can compete with me, right? Don't think that after my strength decreased sharply after the backlash, you can bully me. Don't forget, you should know very well that I am still stronger than you. The demon envoy did not immediately attack, but circulated his internal energy to heal his injuries and looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao ignored him. He just stretched his limbs and smiled. After breaking through to the first rank, even if it's a small rank, the power it brings is very terrifying. I've struck gold. In the past, Ling Xiao was worried that his gains would not make up for his losses, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he imagined. With his current cultivation level, although it was still not as good as the Demon Envoy, it was enough if he combined it with the Sun God Martial Spirit Transformation, the mid-grade Lightning Body, and the mid-grade Lava Body. To Ling Xiao, the Demon Envoy was just a small stepping stone on his path of improvement. Defeating him was a must. It was also a must. But he also understood that for those who were full of expectations for him, this battle could not be lost. If he failed, it would be death and destruction. Not only would he die, the entire 8 immortal city would be turned into ruins. No one would be able to survive. Because Ling Xiao understood what he represented. If the Demon Envoy used him as the core of the blood-sucking Great Array, it would be hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than using Ling Jiaojiao and the blood-sucking demonic beast. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was not just for show, it was really incomparably powerful. You were the one attacking just now, now it's my turn. After trying to improve his movement skill, Ling Xiao wanted to test how much the power of his sword skill had improved. Chapter 2298. Idiot, you're faster than him. Just waste time with him. Why do you have to fight face to face? You're courting death. When the idiot heard Ling Xiao's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought he had never seen such a stupid guy, and he didn't expect that he would have to entrust his life to such an idiot. He's a little stupid. It's understandable that young people lack combat experience, but it's okay normally, but now he's being stupid. It's really intolerable. Qin Fengxiao also thought that Ling Xiao was being stupid. Even the demon envoy felt that his chance had come. If it was a competition of speed, the demon envoy knew that he couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao. The process of chasing Ling Xiao just now made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Now that Ling Xiao was being stupid and wanted to fight him head-on, he was really happy. Happy? You won't think so later. Sensing the smile on the demon envoy's face, Ling Xiao secretly sneered. The next moment, his sword and tint sword. On the heavy sword in his hand, the purple-blue divine codex and the crimson lava converged together. It erupted with an even more powerful aura than before, and this aura was still rising. The demon envoy was obviously not intimidated by Ling Xiao's sword and tint, and the terrifying death scythe condensed again. Kid, you probably don't know. Although my cultivation was high before, most of my power was used on the vampiric array. The death scythe's attack looks powerful, but in fact, it's not the strongest. Now my strength is sharply reduced, but I don't need to care about the vampiric array or the vampiric beasts. I only need to pour all my power into this terrifying death scythe. You're dead. Of course, the demon envoy didn't say these words. He wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to be on guard. This was what he thought deep in his heart. It was also his truest thought at this moment. Die, Ling Xiao. Death scythe. All or nothing. Damn it, it's you. Thunder lava. Heaven and earth change. Heavenly fire. It was still the second style of the meteor sword art, but it was infused with the power of the intermediate thunder battle constitution and intermediate lava battle constitution. Lava and lightning became the main theme of the heavenly fire. The countless sword chis gradually fused into one, transforming into a massive black and beautiful meteor that smashed towards the demon envoy. This again? How laughable. The demon envoy was not afraid of Ling Xiao's move, because he had already tried it before. However, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently. It was a confident smile. Simply speaking, his yin and yang elemental energy had already reached the level of the early stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. Even though his cultivation base had yet to reach the required level, the quality of his essence energy had already reached the required level. Coupled with the terrifying intermediate lightning combat body and intermediate lava combat body, the power of this sword had definitely reached the intermediate stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. But if that was all, Ling Xiao might not necessarily be able to kill the demon envoy. He could only fight to a standstill. Don't forget that Ling Xiao's current state was still the sun god martial soul transformation. In addition, when Ling Xiao had used heavenly fire, he had fused it with the special effect of fire-fearing body. This special effect sounded pretty useless, but in reality, it was very powerful. This was because he could increase the damage his opponent received by several times. Unfortunately, the demon envoy did not know this. When he realized that the meteor sword chi released by Ling Xiao's sword was 10 times more powerful than before, he was shocked. He finally panicked. This was not the strength of a first revolution in Yang realm cultivator at the peak of the first level of hell. That's not it. That's not it. The demon envoy was incomparably panicked. But at this moment, an arrow had already been knocked on the bowstring. If he chose to flee, he would die an even more miserable death. Therefore, he chose to resist. The two powerful attacks collided in an instant. This time, the demon envoy's expression became even more unsightly. Because in his opinion, even if Ling Xiao's attack was 10 times more powerful, he should only be injured and then take the opportunity to escape. But when this terrifying attack came into contact with his death scythe, he was stunned. The heavenly fire special effect hidden in his body took effect. 10 times became dozens of times more powerful. How could this not shock the demon envoy? Unfortunately, the shock this time couldn't change anything. The moment the death scythe came into contact with the terrifying meteor sword chi, it was completely torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Then, the sword chi blasted the demon envoy's body without any resistance. A huge bloody hole was left there. Ling Xiao did not forget to take out the demon seed from the demon envoy's body. Then, he used the power of lava to completely melt the demon envoy and completely destroy him. Before dying, the demon envoy could only show a look of shock and disbelief. He could not do anything else. I told you, the one who should die is you. Ling Xiao looked at the demon envoy's corpse that had turned into ashes and said indifferently. In this battle, Ling Xiao was unscathed and easily killed the demon envoy. This not only shocked Ling Jiaojiao, Feng Huan, and Wang Cheng, but even the Sand Eagle and Chen Fengxiao were dumbfounded. Returning to his original appearance, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jiaojiao and said, "This is the fate of those who bully my sister. So don't be so unconfident in me in the future, okay?" Even though the battle was over and Ling Xiao even made a teasing sound, the surroundings were still deathly silent. After a long time, the rescued blood pigs let out earth-shattering cheers. Lin Ruoxian, who was hiding in the dark, smiled and started the live broadcast again. In the square of the 8 Immortal City, the big screen showed only the scene of Ling Xiao being held up by the blood pigs in celebration. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Ling Xiao killed the demon envoy? It seems so. Otherwise, how could those people worship him so much? But is this possible? Yes, is it possible? Even if the demon envoy's soul was injured because the blood-sucking fiend beast was swallowed and his strength was greatly reduced, he was still around the middle stage of the first transformation's second layer of hell. Is Ling Xiao his opponent? Speculations continued to form among the people, but whether or not Ling Xiao killed the demon envoy was not important. Because as long as one was not blind, one could see that this time, it was Ling Xiao who saved the blood pigs. He destroyed the blood-sucking array and saved the 8 Immortal City. This was a true hero. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a black shadow. It was the Sand Eagle. After the demon envoy died, the blood fog array naturally disappeared, and he and Chen Fengxiao escaped. Although Chen Fengxiao frowned slightly, he did not do anything. However, the Sand Eagle was very angry and wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. "Bastard, if you had saved us earlier, the demon envoy would have been killed long ago. You greedy bastard. Do you want to take all the credit for yourself?" Ling Xiao was grabbed by the Sand Eagle and felt that the internal force in his body seemed to be imprisoned. Chapter 2299. Ling Xiao's neck was being gripped by the Sand Eagle, and he could die at any moment. This was an extremely dangerous situation. The slumbering Yuan Venerate woke up. The playful butterfly lady also looked outside. They were ready to help Ling Xiao get rid of this fellow who might threaten Ling Xiao's life. However, at that moment, Lin Ruoxian appeared. "Sand Eagle, how dare you? I am in the middle of a live broadcast. I really don't know what people will think if they see your ugly face." She looked at the Sand Eagle with disdain, feeling even more disgusted by him. Compared to Ling Xiao, the Sand Eagle was simply worthless. Apart from the fact that his cultivation base was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, he could not compare to Ling Xiao in any other aspect. "I don't care. I will kill anyone who dares to mock me." Perhaps he was used to being arrogant and despotic. Coupled with the fact that Lin Ruoxian had come out to speak up for Ling Xiao, the Sand Eagle became even more irritable. He exerted more strength in his hands, as if he wanted to crush Ling Xiao's neck. Lin Ruoxian was about to make a move when a sword light suddenly shot over from afar and pierced straight at the Sand Eagle. If the Sand Eagle wanted to kill Ling Xiao, his body would definitely be pierced by the sword light. He had no choice but to dodge. The Sand Eagle did not know that he had actually narrowly escaped death. If Ling Xiao had not wanted to borrow the power of a Yuan Venerate and the Butterfly Lady for the time being, the Sand Eagle would have died long ago. However, now that he had narrowly escaped death, he was immediately put on Ling Xiao's death list. Ling Xiao would never show mercy to those who tried to kill him. Jian Lufeng, Lin Ruoxian, and the Sand Eagle both looked at the owner of the sword light. It was actually Jian Lufeng from the Sword Tribe, one of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Not only was this person stronger than the Sand Eagle, but he also had a better character. Therefore, he was very famous in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Sand Eagle, don't you know that he has already become the hero of the entire 8 Immortal County? Kill him now? Even your Sand Race's patriarch can't save you. Jian Lufeng looked at Sand Eagle coldly and said, I am under the orders of the sect master to stop you from doing such a foolish thing. Damn it. Sand Eagle coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He knew that with Jian Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian protecting Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao. Cursing under his breath, he turned around and left. After the demon envoy died, the entrance outside naturally opened. In a moment, there would definitely be more people coming in. He did not want to lose face. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Ling. We'll meet again. Qin Feng glanced at Ling Xiao with a smile, narrowed his eyes, and left. Although this person seemed to have a good attitude, his smile was fake no matter how one looked at it. It gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was completely putting on an act. Ling Xiao ignored him and looked at Ling Jiaojiao. Sister Jiaojiao, it's time to go back. Yuhua Town's Ling clan is still waiting for you to preside over the situation. Ling Yuhua, that old fellow, was really sad that you were captured. This is the first time I saw him so emotional. That old fellow is gradually becoming an emotional animal and is no longer a cold-blooded animal. No matter what, he is still a grandfather. You don't have to be so harsh. Ling Jiaojiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She naturally did not want to correct Ling Xiao's words. She was just helpless. Ling Xiao had let Ling Xiao down. He couldn't blame Ling Xiao for not respecting him. Let's not talk about him. Black and white heroes, we'll meet again. Ling Xiao was not willing to talk about Ling Yuhua. Instead, he looked at Feng Huan and Wang Cheng and cupped his hands. We'll meet again. Feng Huan and Wang Cheng originally thought that this trip to the underground city would be a trip of despair, filled with tragedy and misery. The chances of rescuing their daughter were extremely low. Even if they could be rescued, they would definitely die. However, the current situation was that they were not dead. Their daughter and son were also very safe. And all of this was because of Ling Xiao. Because of this mysterious and unpredictable young man. They brought their daughter and met up with Wang Pong, who had just woken up from her coma. They were about to leave. As for those sanguine pigs, they also bade farewell to Ling Xiao. From today onwards, they were no longer sanguine pigs. They were real humans, martial artists. That humiliating title was about to bid farewell to them. Young Hero Ling, if you have any instructions in the future, just let us know. We aren't very capable, but we aren't afraid of death. They bade farewell to Ling Xiao and left. Only Wang Peng and the rest were left. Wang Peng walked to Ling Xiao's side and whispered, Young Hero Ling, you have to be careful of Qin Feng Xiao and that idiot. When they saw you in danger, not only did they not help, they even knocked me out. Thank you for the reminder. Ling Xiao patted Wang Peng's shoulder lightly and said, Cultivate well. If you really have no place to go to Yuhua Town. The Ling family will take you in. These words were said to Wang Peng, and also to those martial artists who had just been released. If Ling Xiao wanted to expand his strength, he had to strengthen the Ling family of Yuhua Town. With these people and families, although the Ling family of Yuhua Town still couldn't be compared to the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group, it would definitely reach the level of the 3 major families. We understand. Goodbye. Feng Huan, Wang Cheng, and Wang Peng finally left. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and said, Deacon Ruoxian, thank you for your help. Actually, I didn't do much. I just announced your heroic deeds to the public. The one who saved you from the idiot was this person. Lin Ruoxian pointed at Jian Lufeng, warning Ling Xiao with his eyes that this Jian Lufeng was extraordinary and must be dealt with carefully. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this Jian Lufeng wasn't simple. To be able to make the idiot retreat in the face of difficulties with a single sword, this person's strength was imaginable. He was also an expert with the sword, so he clearly knew how powerful this Jian Lufeng was. Even though he was just standing there, his body still emitted a terrifying sharpness, as if he was a sharp divine weapon, constantly maintaining a terrifying sword intent. This person wasn't just stronger than the idiot, he was much stronger. Even if he didn't know that this person was a member of the 8 Immortal Mountain, he must be a very powerful person. To be honest, Ling Xiao had seen someone stronger than this Jin Lufeng, and that madman Mo Feiyu was the only one. Even Lin Ruoxian couldn't be compared to him. Thank you, senior brother Jin Lufeng, for saving my life. Ling Xiao still knew how to say polite words. No matter what, objectively speaking, Jin Lufeng did help him. Jin Lufeng still had that indifferent expression as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "To be honest, your performance really surprised me. You were able to save so many blood pigs. You were also able to kill the demon envoy, destroy the blood-sucking array, and even Qin Fengxiao and the idiot were saved by you. However, if a person's cultivation isn't enough, he will suffer if he stands out too much." Chapter 2300. Jin Liufeng's self-righteous and arrogant words caused Ling Xiao's good impression of him to instantly drop. Anyway, he hated such self-righteous people the most. They always like to put themselves in the position of an elder or a teacher. Hee, I don't need an outsider to point out my martial path. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "It's true that you saved me, but it doesn't mean that I should be casually reprimanded by you." Jin Lufeng sneered and said, "If it weren't for your ability, I wouldn't have bothered to say another word to you. Do you really think of yourself as a hero? In the eyes of the 8 great families, you're just a despicable person who is good at currying favor. Humph. I'm here today specially for Ling Jiaojiao." As he spoke, Jin Lufeng looked at Ling Jiaojiao and said, "Ling Jiaojiao, congratulations. You've become a specially recruited candidate of our sword tribe." When he said this, Jin Lufeng still had an arrogant look on his face. It was as long as the sword tribe said it, others had to accept it. They couldn't even question it, let alone reject it. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ling Jiaojiao shook her head and said, "What?" Hearing this, Jin Lufeng thought that he had heard wrongly. There was actually someone who could reject the recruitment of one of the 8 great families of 8 Immortal Mountain? There was actually someone who dared to do so. "Are you sure?" Jin Lufeng revealed a dense killing intent. "You have the Saber Sword Divine Emperor martial soul. If you join our sword tribe, it will be extremely beneficial to your development. We think highly of you, so we came to recruit you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that your brother Ling Xiao is very powerful? If you join our sword tribe, you can easily surpass him in less than a year. In our sword tribe, there are too many people who are more outstanding than him." "Jiao, accept him," Ling Xiao suddenly said. To be honest, although Jin Lufeng was arrogant and rude, this was a common problem of those high and mighty great families. It wasn't a big problem. He didn't have any deep hatred with the sword tribe. If Ling Jiaojiao could join the sword tribe, it would be an extremely fortunate thing. How could he let Ling Jiaojiao reject such a good opportunity for him? "But Ling Xiao, I don't like the way he treats you." Ling Jiaojiao shook her head. "That's just a small matter. It's more important to learn the skills. Didn't you say that you want to protect me in the future?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "But, no buts. If you ruin your great future because of me, it will make me carry a heavy mental burden." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Listen to me. Don't forget, you are the head of the Ling family. If you are not strong enough, how can you protect so many people in the Ling family in the future?" There was naturally a profound reason why he strongly recommended Ling Jiaojiao to join the sword race. One had to know that he had worked hard to become a disciple of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain. He wasn't even considered a disciple of the upper 8 Immortals Mountain. As long as Ling Jiaojiao joined the Jin clan, she would have a direct ticket to the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even the assessment was just a process. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could smoothly advance to the next level. Moreover, once she joined the sword race, regardless of whether it was resources or martial arts, she would be the best among her peers. Unlike the disciples of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain, who had to look at other people's faces for a few pieces of lightning elemental jade. "Can I let my brother, Ling Xiao, join the sword race as well?" Ling Jiaojiao looked at Jin Lufeng and asked. Although Jin Lufeng gave her a lot of pressure, she still made this request in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. No. Jin Lufeng shook his head and said, Ling Xiao is a person who refuses to be disciplined and loves to be in the limelight. Our sword race will not accept him. However, you can rest assured that as long as you join the sword race and become a disciple of the sword race, your brother, Ling Xiao, will also benefit as long as he is within the 8 Immortals County. Our sword race will be able to help him. All right then. I agree to join the sword race. However, if there is anything that displeases me, I will immediately withdraw. Ling Jiaojiao said very clearly and seriously. Of course. Jian Liufeng's face turned ugly, and he was even more furious. What did Ling Jiaojiao take the sword race for? A clan that couldn't recruit disciples? A beggar that begged for food? If it wasn't for his family's secret order, he would have brought Ling Jiaojiao back no matter what. He really wanted to teach this arrogant girl a lesson. Jin Lufeng, you don't have to feel so wronged. The Sword Saber Divine Emperor Martial Soul is a special martial soul. My sister Jiaojiao joining the sword race is your fortune. You can refuse to admit it now. However, many years later, you will understand that this grievance is nothing. Ling Xiao looked at Jin Lufeng and said indifferently. Jin Lufeng was unhappy with Ling Xiao's words. However, he had to admit that it was extremely rare to be able to recruit Ling Jiaojiao into the sword race. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. However, I can tell you with certainty that Ling Jiaojiao will not regret joining the sword race. Jian Lufeng said coldly. Hee, that's true. Ling Xiao smiled and said, How about this? I will return to the Yuhua town with Sister Jiaojiao to settle some family matters. After that, I will bring her back to the 8 Immortal Mountain. How about that? Up to you. However, you have to be careful. There are still many remnants of the Devil Shadow sect. They now see you as a thorn in their side. There might be someone who will take the opportunity to attack you. Jin Lufeng glanced at Ling Xiao and said, Goodbye, Ling Jiaojiao. I will wait for you in the sword race. After saying that, he turned around and left, just like how he had come. Ling Xiao, Jin Lufeng is just like that. Don't mind him. Although the sword race didn't take a fancy to you, I believe that the 8 great families will take a fancy to you. With your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. After Jian Lufeng left, Lin Ruoxian said with a smile. She had witnessed the battle between Ling Xiao and the demon envoy. She knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Although he might not be as strong as the 2 geniuses, Desert Cloud and Akira, he was stronger than the others. Unless the 8 Immortal Mountain only required 2 people, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to enter. I will do my best. Ling Xiao nodded. Lin Ruoxian opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, she didn't say anything in the end. This was because she knew that if she told Ling Xiao that the 8 Immortal Mountain's assessment was unfair to ordinary disciples, it would definitely affect Ling Xiao's confidence. Therefore, she might as well not say it. Goodbye. You should go back and visit your family. Lin Ruoxian cupped her hands and turned to leave. Ling Xiao also left the underground city with Ling Jiaojiao and returned to Yuhua Town. At this moment, Yuhua Town was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Ling Yuhua, Old He, and the others were guarding outside. They had already learned some things from the blood pigs that had submitted to the Ling family. They knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao weren't dead, and that they had eliminated the leader of the Shadow Devil sect in the 8 Immortal County. Shower, this old man was unfair to you in the past. Today, I regret it. It's a pity that time can't be turned back. Let me make up for my past mistakes. However, even so, I still have to say that the Ling family is really fortunate to have you. You are also our greatest pride. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao emotionally and said with tears streaming down his face, I'm nothing. Compared to me, Sister Jiaojiao is more powerful. She has already received an invitation from the Sword Tribe. As long as she goes to report, she will officially become a disciple of the Sword Tribe, one of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2301. One was a great hero who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and saved the people. The other was a genius who was directly recruited into the 8 Immortal Mountain Sword Tribe and became an elite. Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao's return caused Yuhua Town to become a sea of jubilation. The celebration had already lasted for a day and night, and the townspeople didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared to return to the 8 Immortal Mountain. In Yuhua Town, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him because he was the strongest here. It was really boring to be a monkey king in a mountain when the tiger was not around. What he wanted was continuous breakthroughs in the martial Dao, so he had to constantly welcome new challenges. He also wouldn't forget that he wanted to find the Moon Lady. The Eternal Palace was a mysterious and powerful place to him now. It was like an ant looking up to the heavens. If he wanted to truly step into the Eternal Palace, he had to become stronger. The current him was still too far away. In the dead of the night, many people were drunk. Ling Xiao called Ling Yuhua and Old He to his room and carefully instructed them. Ling Yuhua was temporarily the Ling family head and continued to manage Yuhua Town. Then, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao set off. When they arrived at the 8 Immortal City, the sky was already bright. What surprised Ling Xiao was that Jin Lufeng was actually waiting for Ling Jiaojiao outside the city gates. This was enough to prove how important Ling Jiaojiao was to the Sword Tribe. Standing beside Jin Lufeng was Lin Ruoxian. He was also a famous figure. The appearance of the two people at the same time couldn't help but cause many passers-by to speculate. Jin Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian appeared at the same time. Could it be that they are welcoming some expert? When Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao appeared at the same time, the entire crowd was in an uproar. It's him, the hero who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and saved the 8 Immortal City. Yes, that's right. It's Ling Xiao. No wonder Jin Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian appeared. Only Ling Xiao deserves such high treatment. But what's the background of that girl? She seems to be weak, only a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator. That should be the girl who awakened the saber and sword Shenhuang martial spirit. I think her name is Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao's elder sister. TSK. Ascension Town's Ling family can finally hold their heads high this time. Impressive. There were those who praised him, but there were also those who poured cold water on him. Humph. A tall tree attracts the wind. Who knows what kind of disaster that Ling Xiao will encounter? People who are too ostentatious usually don't live long. That's right. There's also that Ling Jiaojiao. She's merely a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator. She's nothing in the 8 Immortals County, let alone in the 8 Immortals Mountain. She's just a drop in the ocean. No matter what others said or did, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao didn't care too much. Ling Xiao was already used to being pointed at and gossiped about by others. He had been in the spotlight in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent. All of them had once been the focus of attention of the people. This scene was nothing at all. Ling Jiaojiao was a little nervous, but she gradually calmed down after following Ling Xiao. While everyone was discussing, Jin Lufeng opened the teleportation array to the 8 Immortals Mountain. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. You're not a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain yet, so you're not qualified to enter. Jin Lufeng glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, Of course, I know, but it shouldn't be a problem for me to say a few words to my sister, right? Ling Jiaojiao was different from Ling Xiao. She wasn't a reincarnation realm cultivator, so Ling Xiao was worried that she was too naive. Hence, he pulled her to the side and specially reminded her, You've been chosen by the sword race as an exception. You'll definitely attract the jealousy of many people, especially the saber sword divine emperor martial soul that you've awakened. That's something that many people covet. After entering the sword race, not everything will be fine. You have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, remember to look for me. Remember, no matter who the enemy is, you can tell me. No one can bully my, Ling Xiao's, relatives. Ling Jiaojiao was very clear that although she was Ling Xiao's sister in name, she was nothing compared to Ling Xiao's experience. Ling Xiao's words were definitely not wrong. Don't worry, you're my only relative in the 8 Immortals Mountain. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Ling Jiaojiao nodded, and then stepped into the teleportation array. Ignorant. After Ling Jiaojiao left, Jin Lufeng, who was standing at the side, suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, don't think too highly of yourself. After joining the sword race, Ling Jiaojiao's enemies are all stronger than you. They're not people you can afford to offend. You just have to work hard and don't embarrass your sister. As for Jiaojiao's safety, I, Jin Lufeng, will naturally be responsible for it. It's not up to you to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, you can't do anything about it. After saying that, he also left. Looking at the teleportation array that was already closed, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. It's just the 8 Immortals Mountain. Is there anything that I, Ling Xiao, can't do? Jin Lufeng. Oh, Jin Lufeng, let's wait and see. Ling Xiao, although Jin Lufeng's words are unpleasant to hear, to be honest, your current strength is definitely not enough to protect that girl. Lin Ruoxian reminded. Probably because he was worried that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of the Shadow Devil sect. Lin Ruoxian's words could be said to be well-intentioned. Don't worry, Deacon Ruoxian. I know better than anyone what strength means. Ling Xiao smiled and said, without strength, any solemn vow will become a joke and overestimation of one's capabilities. And with strength, any joke will become wisdom. It seems that I'm overthinking. You're more determined and calm than I thought. Lin Ruoxian said with a bitter smile. Deacon Ruoxian seems to have forgotten that I'm a cultivator who has entered the reincarnation realm. The things that I've experienced are definitely not something that you can imagine. Therefore, I desire strength more than anyone else. Today, Jin Lufeng looked down on me. In the future, he won't even have the right to flatter me. Ling Xiao said coldly, I'm really more and more curious about your past now. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. A crimson blush hung on her beautiful face. The domineering aura that was released from Ling Xiao's body from time to time dazzled her. You'd better not be curious about my past. You'll die. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Ruoxian. His expression became incomparably cold. Soon after, he smiled and said, I'm just joking. If I'm indebted to Deacon Ruoxian, I naturally won't do that. But if it's someone else, I won't be polite. If it's possible, when my cultivation recovers to the reincarnation realm, I'll personally tell you about my past. You've really scared me to death. Lin Ruoxian felt that she was still trembling with fear. The terrifying murderous aura that Ling Xiao released in an instant had actually frightened her, a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain who was much stronger than him. Chapter 2302. By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, I'll be returning to Black Immortal Mountain. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao didn't return to 8 Immortal Mountain to flirt with anyone. He came to improve his strength. After returning, he planned to make some preparations before heading to the 2nd floor of the ghost prison. According to the sect's rules, the 1st floor of the ghost prison was prepared for Yin-Yang realm cultivators who had reached the 1st floor of hell. In principle, the 2nd floor of the ghost prison required one to reach the 2nd floor of hell to enter. However, this was only in principle. If it was a reincarnation realm cultivator, there would definitely be an exception. The reason why he wanted to enter the 2nd floor of the ghost prison was because he received a secret letter when he killed the demon envoy. No one else had seen this letter. Only he knew about it. The letter mentioned that there was a blood pool on the 2nd floor of the ghost prison that could help the demon envoy fuse with the power of the blood-sucking demonic beast, and then break through in cultivation to obtain even more terrifying power. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Xiao planned to try. Now that he had relied on the Tyrant son of Heaven God to devour the blood-sucking demonic beast, he still needed a trick to completely fuse with the beast's power. This secret letter might be the key to unlocking this trick. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Moreover, he didn't have a lot of contribution points at the moment. He only had 1,200 points, but there were many things he needed to exchange for. Killing prisoners and demonic beasts on the 2nd floor of the ghost prison would give him more contribution points. He would just earn as much as he could. After returning to Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that his residence had been changed. The original straw hut had been replaced with a clean and spacious house. Although it wasn't as good as the manor of the 8 Immortal Mountain's disciples, it was several times better than before. This was naturally because his cultivation had increased. In any sect, The higher your cultivation, the better the treatment you would receive. Ling Xiao had been through this in the past, so he naturally understood now. Feng Ru was cultivating. Zhou Tong didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao anymore. Ho Renfeng was a martial arts fanatic. He was preparing for the 8 Immortal Mountains test with all his might. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was as mysterious as ever. He was still not on the mountain. With nothing to do, Ling Xiao headed straight for Ghost Prison. The most important thing now was to quickly convert the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast in his body. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to hide in the body of a tyrannical demonic beast. What's more, he was about to participate in the assessment of the 8 Immortal Mountain. If he could increase his strength 1 level at a time, it would count. At present, transforming the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast was the most direct way to increase his strength. Outside the ghost prison, there was a hubbub of voices. The ghost prison's first level had a lot of people. It was probably because most of the 8 Immortal Mountains disciples were below the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. When they reached the second floor of the ghost prison, the number of people decreased significantly. What Ling Xiao saw were all unfamiliar faces. It was said that this ghost prison had a total of 5 floors. The first layer corresponded to the first layer of hell, the second layer corresponded to the second layer of hell, the third layer corresponded to the third layer of hell, and so on. The higher they went, the stronger the prisoners and demonic beasts were. Ling Xiao didn't have the qualifications to go to the third level yet. Even if it was the second level, he had already received a lot of strange looks. Many people felt that he didn't have the qualifications to step into the second level of the ghost prison. Has the ghost prison become so easy to enter? A piece of trash at the first layer of hell dares to come up? That's right. Don't think that you're a hero just because you destroyed some insignificant sect. In fact, you're nothing. Perhaps in the eyes of most people in the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao was indeed a hero. However, in the eyes of these proud disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao was just a greedy and shameless bastard who overestimated himself. These proud fellows were jealous of Ling Xiao, so they didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. At this moment, a disciple wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His cold face revealed a sinister intent. Advanced stage of the second layer of hell of the Yin-Yang realm? Ling Xiao glanced at the person in front of him and knew that he should be an outstanding disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. At the very least, he was much stronger than the group of people who participated in the first level of the ghost prison. To be honest, his cultivation wasn't bad. However, it was a pity that he wasn't even a rank 1 martial artist. He thought too highly of himself if he wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao with such a cultivation. Stop. The second level of the ghost prison is reserved for Miss Akira today. Unless you're a disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, no one is allowed to enter. That person looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Get lost." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this lackey and said directly, "What did you say?" That person was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to speak to him in such a manner. He was a little surprised. "I asked you to get lost." Ling Xiao lifted his head and said plainly, "You're asking for a beating." That person was a martial artist at the second layer of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he wasn't a rank 1 martial artist, he was still a reputable person in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao's impudence? He immediately raised his fist and punched at Ling Xiao. Nether Ghost Claw, Yuksha. Ling Xiao's left hand instantly turned into a sharp claw. He had used the Nether Ghost Claw that he had obtained from the Elemental Hand. Originally, this set of martial skill was a mid-grade Jade martial skill like the Meteor Sword skill. However, Ling Xiao practiced it because it was very suitable for the transformation of the Sun God martial spirit. The first move of the Nether Ghost Claw was used. The huge claw emitted a dense black gas and the ferocious appearance of a Yuksha appeared. Ling Xiao hadn't practiced this move for a long time and hadn't used it before. Therefore, it was only at the proficient level. Even so, the claw still managed to cripple one of his opponent's arms. The arm was entangled by the black gas and was instantly corroded into bones. "Get lost." Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and shouted coldly, "If you don't get lost, I'll kill you." That person was terrified. He turned around and ran, but he accidentally bumped into someone. "Miss." Ling Xiao also looked at this so-called Mississippi. Wasn't she Qi Yenner's elder sister, Akira? How impressive. Akira looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I'm not as impressive as you. You want to monopolize the second floor of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao retorted, That's because I have the strength. Akira sneered and said, Don't think that others will never know what you've done. My poor sister, you killed her, right? Ling Xiao didn't answer. He knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he didn't intend to explain. It seems that you don't intend to explain. Akira said coldly, If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not a trash like Qi Yenner who only knows how to follow behind men. Are you done? Can I enter the second floor of the ghost prison? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Akira and said. His words instantly stirred up a wave in the crowd. Is this Ling Xiao crazy? Akira clearly wants to deal with him. Entering the second floor of the ghost prison at this time? Is he courting death? Chapter 2303. To Ling Xiao, the slander and sarcasm in the crowd were nothing more than barking. He did not care at all. Just like when he offended Sha Hai, many people said that he was doomed, but in the end, he returned victorious. You have guts. I can give you a chance to enter the second floor of the ghost prison, but whether you can come out alive depends on whether you have the ability. Akira sneered and stepped aside to open the path to the second floor of the ghost prison. Of course I have the ability. Ling Xiao walked to the second floor of the ghost prison without hesitation. Although Akira was much stronger than Qi Yenner, and even stronger than Sha Hai, he did not have the ability to suppress Sha Hai. However, as long as there was no absolute strength that could overwhelm him, he would not be afraid. By the way, Ling Xiao, I almost forgot to tell you. Do you still remember Sha Hai? Just as he took 2 steps, Akira's mocking laughter came from behind him. Of course, he was defeated by me. Ling Xiao answered confidently. Don't think that you can defeat him a second time just because you defeated him once. Let me tell you, Sha Hai not only broke through to the first transformation, second level of hell, but also became a disciple of the upper 8 immortals. You won't have a good life after offending him. You think it's over, but it's just the beginning. Akira sneered. No matter how talented you are, you're just a lowly person from a remote town. You don't have the right to compare with Sha Hai, who has noble blood. So you're planning to throw yourself into Sha Hai's arms? Ling Xiao turned around and smiled. Hearing this, many people in the crowd almost could not hold back their laughter. Akira's admiration for Sha Hai was a bit like his sister, becoming Sha Hai's new lover. Akira's face turned cold, but then he smiled. So what? Sha Hai is not someone you can compare to in terms of strength or status. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Isn't it normal for me to like him? It's normal. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If he wants to enjoy this blessing, then it's best that he doesn't provoke me. Otherwise, I guarantee that he won't have a chance to resurrect. After saying that, Ling Xiao stepped into the second floor of the ghost prison. Akira looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared and gritted his teeth. Brat, you won't be able to run rampant for long. I don't dare to kill you outside. After all, you're a hero. But once you enter the ghost prison, you can't blame me if you die. You really don't deserve to be an enemy of the desert sea. Let's go too. After saying that, Akira waved her hand, indicating for the other disciples to follow her into the second floor of the ghost prison. After they left, the crowd outside was still discussing. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to beat the desert last time. I didn't expect him to become so arrogant. He doesn't even care about Akira. That's right. He'll pay the price for his arrogance very soon. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't hear these people's discussions, but he could guess. Their mouths were on their bodies. No matter what they said, it wouldn't affect him. What he needed to do now was to continue increasing his strength. If he faced the desert sea for the second time, he naturally had to achieve a crushing victory. Only then would the desert sea completely give up. This would make Akira completely terrified. The strongest prisoners and demonic beasts in the first floor of the ghost prison were only at the early stage of the second floor of the Yin Yang realm. Yuan Nong was an exception. The strongest prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison were at the early stage of the third floor of the yin-yang realm. Of course, there would only be one of these prisoners and demonic beasts. They would usually be released during the trial. Under normal circumstances, the prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison were ordinary prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison. Demonic beasts wouldn't reincarnate, but they could evolve. A one-star demonic beast was equivalent to a first revolution martial artist. At most, it could evolve to a 10-star state, which was equivalent to a martial artist with 10 reincarnations. It could be said that it was quite dangerous for Ling Xiao to enter the second floor of the ghost prison alone. However, with the Tai Chi Eye, he could completely avoid danger. He avoided enemies that he couldn't deal with and specifically picked the weakest ones. Moreover, from the entrance to the deepest part, the strength of the enemies would change gradually. Unless something unexpected happened, as long as you didn't rashly enter, you wouldn't be in too much danger. This was a man-made area. Unless it was during the trial, those strong fellows wouldn't come to the outer area to cause trouble. They were all confined within a certain area by the formation. The most important thing to do after entering the second floor of the ghost prison was to find the blood pool. As for killing the prisoners and demonic beasts here to earn contribution points, that was secondary. Along the way, Ling Xiao met many 8 Immortal Mountain disciples who were earning contribution points in the second floor of the ghost prison. It seemed that the group of people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain was deliberately finding trouble with him and didn't really seal the entrance to the second floor of the ghost prison. Thinking about it, Akira didn't have the guts and strength to do so. After all, the deacons of the second floor of the ghost prison were all extremely powerful existences. Ling Xiao basically wouldn't greet strangers when he met them. He had his own goals and would naturally go straight to them. He didn't care about anything else. Ling Xiao, don't you think that this ghost prison is a little strange? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. I think so too. This ghost prison should be a special spatial treasure. Furthermore, it is very likely that it is the key to the foundation of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Shindian also took the opportunity to express his opinion. Great minds think alike. The sects of the present era either have an extremely powerful ancestral master or are built on the foundation of extremely powerful ruins or the treasures of powerhouses. I suspect that the martial souls of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain were plundered from this ghost prison. Ling Xiao lamented. It's a pity that we were a step too late. I reckon that we won't even get to drink the soup. At the very least, there isn't any other special place on the first floor of the ghost prison apart from the lava field. There might only be one blood pool on the second floor of the ghost prison. I actually found out about this through the secret letter of the demon envoy. Qing Feiying? Ling Xiao was chatting with the Yuan Venerate and Shan Dian while searching for the whereabouts of the blood pool. However, he happened to see a familiar figure fighting a terrifying beast about a mile away from where he was. This person was Cheng Feiying. Cheng Feiying's cultivation base had already broken through to the early stages of the first revolution in Yang's second level. Of course, Cheng Feiying wasn't the only one fighting. Besides her, there were dozens of other people whose cultivation bases were actually comparable to Cheng Feiying's. They should all be disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain with a cultivation base at the second level of Hell. The huge beast they were facing had a cultivation base at the mid-stage of the first star second level of Hell. Its combat strength was extremely formidable. Even though dozens of people were besieging it, they still couldn't take it down. Chapter 2304. Ling Xiao had no intention of interfering in other people's business. He went around and went straight to the blood pool. Near the blood pool, there was a strong prisoner guarding. He was soaking in the blood pool and seemed to be absorbing the energy in the blood pool. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, a contemptuous smile appeared in his eyes. Here comes another one to die. Kid, get lost. I'm in a good mood today and have no intention of killing. You can leave now. The prisoner waved his hand as if he was chasing away a mosquito. Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense with him. The prisoner's cultivation was in the middle stage of the second level of Hell, but he was not a reincarnation realm martial artist. He was not afraid at all. Using the moonlight meteor steps, he turned into a bolt of lightning and fell into the blood pool. After that, the prisoner's eyes popped out. Even until his death, he did not know how he died. He did not look like a strong opponent. How could he be crippled in one move? It did not matter if he did not understand. Ling Xiao did not need him to understand. He threw the corpse out and dived into the blood pool. In the blood pool, energy surged and there was an incomparable smell of blood. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to withstand such an aura. However, Ling Xiao had the killing god white blade martial spirit. What kind of mountain of corpses had he not seen before? How could he be frightened by the smell of blood in the blood pool? He immersed himself in it and soon entered a state of cultivation. The blood-sucking demonic beast in his body seemed to come alive when it saw the fresh blood. However, it was suppressed by the tyrannical martial spirit and could only transfer its energy into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao could feel that the gate to the second level of hell was slowly opening as the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast was being absorbed. Unlike the first opening, the opening this time around was much more difficult. Moreover, the energy released from the gate to hell that disturbed cultivation was stronger than before. Ling Xiao had to deal with it carefully to prevent himself from going berserk. At the same time, the blood in the blood pool was decreasing as if it was being consumed. By the time the second layer of Hell's Gate was half open, the blood pool had completely dried up. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. In the end, he was still a little lacking. Looking at the gate to the second level of hell that had yet to fully open, he slowly stood up. If it was a demon envoy, I'm afraid he would have already succeeded in breaking through. But for me to break through, I need a lot more materials than others. This was probably the price of being stronger than others every time he made a breakthrough. The heavens are indeed fair. But now, even without a breakthrough, Ling Xiao's strength was still much stronger than before. He stood up and prepared to look around to see if there were any other pools of blood on the second floor of the ghost prison. If there was another similar blood pool, then he would be able to break through. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Cheng Feiying standing not too far away. She was holding her weapon and looking around vigilantly. It was obvious that he was protecting her. "Miss Feiying, why are you being so nice to this guy? He offended someone from the sand race. Sooner or later, he won't have a good ending. Don't get implicated." Voices of objection came from the crowd. "That's right, Miss Feiying. This kid actually ran to the second floor of the ghost prison alone. He's tired of living. If he doesn't want to live, why are you protecting him?" Someone else said, "Shut up, all of you. This is my business. If you don't want to stay, then move on and do what you should do." Cheng Feiying shouted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little touched. He had set up a formation to protect himself when he was cultivating in the blood pool. Even if there was no one to protect him, nothing would happen. But he was really grateful for Cheng Feiying's kindness. He lifted his foot and walked over. This time, he took a closer look at the people with Cheng Feiying. The oldest was only 20 years old, and the youngest was only 16 or 17. But their cultivations were all at the second level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Some of them were even reincarnation realm martial artists. They were probably the backbone of Orange Immortal Mountain, not the brats who participated in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. "Miss Feiying, thank you for your kindness. I've finished my cultivation." Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Cheng Feiying turned her head. At first, she looked pleasantly surprised, but then she complained. "Do you know where this is? This is the second floor of the ghost prison. If you cultivate like this, you'll easily lose your life." Although her voice was stern, Ling Xiao could hear the concern in it. He smiled and said, "Ling Xiao has learned his lesson. I won't dare to do this again." "That's more like it." Cheng Feiying couldn't help but laugh. "You don't seem to be someone who accepts mistakes so easily. Why have you changed?" "Because I have a good impression of you," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He didn't know that while he was talking and laughing with Cheng Feiying, the disciples of Orange Immortal Mountain were gnashing their teeth in jealousy. In Orange Immortal Mountain, Cheng Feiying was like a goddess. If the person who pursued Cheng Feiying was a disciple of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, they would accept it because they were inferior to others. But what was Ling Xiao? He was just a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain, ranked last in Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. They looked down on him. "When did you become so glib-tongued?" Cheng Feiying blushed. She felt a little regretful when she thought about how her grandfather had promised to marry Ling Xiao and later broke the engagement. In fact, Ling Xiao was much more powerful than Desert Cloud. Her grandfather was also frightened by the name of the Sand Clan. I'm just telling the truth. How is that glib-tongued? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Okay, let's not talk about this. I see that you don't have any helpers. Why don't you come with us? The second floor of the ghost prison is different from the first floor. There are dangers everywhere. The more people, the better. Cheng Feiying took the initiative to suggest. Ling Xiao thought about it. Cheng Feiying had protected him before. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't be giving her face. In front of so many people, Cheng Feiying wouldn't be able to back down. Besides, this trip was indeed dangerous. If he could join forces with Cheng Feiying, he might be able to go further. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Okay, Miss Feiying has such good intentions. If I don't agree, it would be unappreciative of me. Cheng Feiying smiled and said, I was worried that you would refuse. Don't worry, we won't be a burden to you. These are all experts. Each of them stepped into the second floor of hell before I did. Miss Feiying, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. If such a person comes with us, he will be a burden. Among the crowd of Orange Immortal Mountain, there were people who were mad with jealousy of Ling Xiao. Chapter 2305. Cheng Feiying said faintly, Ling Xiao saved me and dozens of Orange Immortal Mountain disciples in the last ghost prison trial. His strength is beyond doubt. Why would he cause trouble for us? The last trial was on the first floor of the ghost prison. This time, it's on the second floor. Besides, we have our own matters to attend to. It's not appropriate to let an outsider get involved, is it? That's right. We're all earthly and jade geniuses. This kid is nothing. Even if he's our benefactor, we can't compromise like this. What's the point of bringing a burden along? Another person said. Cheng Feiying's expression became very awkward. Those people who looked down on Ling Xiao were the same as looking down on her, Cheng Feiying's taste. To her, it was a humiliation. Moreover, her friend was slandered and looked down on by her own people. It made her feel guilty. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. I didn't expect this. Cheng Feiying knew that she had been too reckless and lacked thought. It's not your fault. There are too many people who look down on others. There's nothing I can do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. After experiencing too many similar things, Ling Xiao had long been indifferent to it. He wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. It would be his own fault if he got angry. However, his words caused the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain to be utterly exasperated. One of the hot-tempered burly men jumped out and pointed at Ling Xiao's nose, scolding, Kid, for Miss Feiying's sake, I'll let you go if you crawl under my crotch today. Otherwise, I'll beat you up and show you who's boss. Ling Xiao chuckled and walked over. He suddenly attacked, punching the 2-meter-tall burly man until he bent over. Then, he punched the man's back with both fists, easily knocking him to the ground and immobilizing him. He sat on the man's body and said with a smile, Cheng Feiying is my friend, Ling Xiao. If you dare insult her taste, I won't hold back. This scene shocked many disciples of Orange Immortal Mountain. The burly man's strength was only below average among them. However, he was easily beaten to the ground by Ling Xiao. This was enough to prove that Ling Xiao's strength was extremely terrifying. Now, does anyone still say that he'll be a burden? Cheng Feiying said coldly, We have a mission on the second floor of the ghost prison, but if we join Ling Xiao, not only will our combat power not be reduced, but it will also increase our power. Moreover, I'm the commander of this mission. Do you want to disobey my orders? Originally, she did not want to use her power to oppress others. After all, they were all disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain. However, these people did not put her in their eyes, which made her very dissatisfied. If a tiger did not show its might, did they really think that she was a sick cat? Hearing Cheng Feiying's words, everyone came back to their senses. They were not afraid of Ling, they were Cheng Feiying, of course. However, he absolutely could not go against the orders of the Orange Immortal Mountain. Otherwise, once he left the second level of the ghost prison, he would die without a burial ground. Since then, they did not say a word and allowed Cheng Feiying to make the decision. However, a few of them cast hateful glances at Ling Xiao. Clearly, they already hated him. Ling Xiao returned their cold killing intent without hesitation. They quickly lowered their heads in fear. In the end, Ling Xiao was just a young man in his teens. Even though they had already reincarnated once, the youths were still full of vigor and vigor. Young and frivolous. If they were not wild when they were young, they would naturally regret it when they were old. Sigh. Looking at you reminds me of the top genius of 8 Immortal Mountain. Perhaps only he can compete with you. Cheng Feiying and Ling Xiao walked at the front of the group. The two of them were still chatting happily. Oh, who is that person? Ling Xiao already had an answer in his heart. However, he still wanted to ask to confirm it. Cheng Feiying sighed and said, that person's name has now become a taboo of 8 Immortal Mountain. However, I can tell you that his name is Ling Yin. It really is him. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Among the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain, apart from you, I really can't see anyone who can compare with him. Rumor has it that Ling Yin was once a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Later, he was promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain and rose through the ranks. Relying on his terrifying cultivation speed, he finally defeated the 8 great families and became the sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, Sai, let's not talk about what happened later. It's all recorded in the sect's archives. Cheng Feiying sighed and said, compared to Ling Yin, whether it's Desert Cloud or Akira, they are not even worth mentioning. Oh, it sounds like you admire Ling Yin a lot? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Yin can be said to be the strongest sect master in the history of 8 Immortal Mountain. He is the only one who has cultivated to the rebirth realm. Don't you think he is strong? The more Cheng Feiying spoke, the more excited she became. Perhaps it was because of her trust in Ling Xiao that she didn't have any misgivings. His latent talent is incredible. I'm afraid he's already an immortal rank genius. In the 8 Immortals County, and perhaps even in the Black Tortoise continent, that's the highest level of latent talent. In any case, I've never heard of anyone with godly ranked latent talent. Before entering the cycle of reincarnation, he was already in the life-seizing level at the age of 15. How terrifying is that? Back then, there was no one on 8 Immortals Mountain who could match him in terms of cultivation base. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to rebel and was grateful to 8 Immortals Mountain for raising him, they would have long since taken his surname. After all, he could single-handedly destroy 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Apparently, Ling Yin had kept a low profile in the Ling clan in Ascension Town because he didn't want to be noticed by 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, the command medallion Ling Yin had given him was only that of an ordinary disciple of 8 Immortals Mountain. It didn't bear Ling Yin's personal mark. Ling Xiao had found it strange at the time, assuming that Ling Yin was hiding something from him. Now that he thought about it, it was clear that Ling Yin was afraid of getting him into trouble. That's why he didn't do it. He had put a lot of thought into it. This person's latent talent could indeed be considered an immortal rank genius. He was on the same level as Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition and Feng Fei. Since he's already reached that level of cultivation, there shouldn't be any reason for him to stay in this tiny 8 Immortals County, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Rumors say that Ling Yin stayed because of the 8 magical treasures of the 8 great clans. Those 8 magical treasures not only have powerful effects, but also come with the 8 strongest martial arts of 8 Immortals Mountain. They're the foundation of 8 Immortals Mountain. Cheng Feiying explained. How laughable. With his cultivation base, he could just take any magical treasure by force. Why go through all that trouble? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I think so too. I'm afraid there's a huge secret involved here. It's a pity that Ling Yin no longer has a chance to clear his name. Cheng Feiying sighed. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Chapter 2306. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone. Cheng Feiying said in a low voice. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, am a tight-lipped person. How could I leak this information for no reason? Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, I heard from my grandfather that the Eight Immortals Mountain has been searching for Ling Yan's whereabouts since he entered the samsara cycle. Later, they found a youth with the same name in Ascension Town. Although they couldn't be completely sure, the sect would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. They secretly captured that youth and locked him up on the 5th floor of the ghost prison, which is also known as the Abominable Cage. The strongest prisoners and terrifying Yao beasts are locked up there. Even among the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, very few dare to enter. Cheng Feiying replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. This made Cheng Feiying suddenly recall Ling Xiao's identity. She couldn't help but feel regret. Oh no, I forgot that you're also a member of the Ling clan of Ascension Town. How could you not know Ling Yin? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. With my current strength, entering the Abominable Cage is tantamount to suicide. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although I'm an impulsive person, I'm not stupid. This matter naturally needs to be considered at length. He wasn't trying to placate Cheng Feiying, but was speaking the truth. With his current strength, let alone the Abominable Cage, he couldn't even pass the 3rd or 4th floor of the ghost prison. There was no way he could save Ling Yin. However, Ling Yin had only been imprisoned, not killed. This meant that some people of the Eight Immortals Mountain wanted to obtain some secret from him. As long as they couldn't obtain it, Ling Yin wouldn't die. He still had time. In the Black Tortoise continent, Ling Xiao didn't have many friends. Ling Yin was definitely one of them. No matter what, he couldn't let his good brother suffer in the 5th floor of the ghost prison for too long. If an ant wants to overturn the heavens, it first needs to become stronger. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he was worried, he would never put on a frown. He also wouldn't let his heavy heart affect his cultivation. In any case, doing that would not help in rescuing Ling Yin, so he might as well improve his strength. According to the layout of the 2nd floor of the ghost prison, the prisoners and demonic beasts we encounter from here onwards will be extremely dangerous for us. So, everyone, stay alert and protect yourselves. I'm not as strong as you. If you really encounter danger, I won't be able to help you. After walking for about 10 minutes, Cheng Feiying suddenly stopped. She turned around and said to the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain. A solemn and serious expression appeared on everyone's face. The 2nd floor of the ghost prison was still very dangerous for martial artists of the 2nd floor of hell. They could not afford to be careless. Miss Feiying, if something happens, we won't have the time to protect that Ling Xiao. Don't blame us for that. Suddenly, a rather handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows spoke up. When Ling Xiao heard this, he found it laughable. With this kid's strength, he wanted to protect him? Don't you understand the concept of unity? If you don't want to help him, he won't help you when you encounter danger later. Cheng Feiying was so angry that she had a headache. These people were too arrogant. They obviously weren't that strong, but they were all looking up to the sky. No need. Many people on the other side shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Cheng Feiying. Miss Feiying, you heard them. They said there's no need. If I don't help later, you can't blame me. He wasn't the kind of person who would only repay evil with good. Others hated and detested him so much, so why should he ask for a rebuff? He just needed to protect Cheng Feiying later. Why would I blame you? Protect yourself later. This place is very dangerous for all of us. Don't worry, I won't let you face danger alone. Just stay by my side. Cheng Feiying didn't think that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. She just thought that among these people, she was the only one who would help Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was naturally the safest to stay with her. By the way, I haven't asked you what mission you're going to carry out. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with other people's gazes. The only reason he was still walking with these people was because of Cheng Feiying. This girl was affectionate and righteous. He couldn't be heartless. Besides, following Cheng Feiying this time, he had also received news about Ling Yin. This was considered a big gain. Miss Feiying, you can't tell that guy. He must be thinking about our mission. That's right. Miss Feiying, don't be fooled by this kid. He's just a little more handsome. Shut up, all of you. You can't control who I tell, and you have no right to control. Cheng Feiying had been able to patiently explain to these people before, but now, she couldn't even be bothered to explain. She just shouted back at them. These people were simply asking for a beating. They were too hateful. Ling Xiao, ignore them. They've been sitting at the bottom of a well for too long. They don't know how fast the outside world is developing. Also, you might not know this, but the sect's publicity was a little problematic after the Spectre sect incident. Cheng Feiying sighed and said, the sect said that they've been eyeing the Spectre sect for a long time. They've already sent Qin Fengxiao and Sha Diao. They're just one step away from completing the mission. But you're eager to make a contribution. Not only did you alert the enemy, but you also ruined the sect's plan and caused many people to be killed by the blood-sucking array. Shameless. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that the 8 Immortal Mountain was shameless to the extreme. There's nothing we can do. The current sect master is just a puppet of the 8 great families. He can't compare to the old Ling Yin. Cheng Feiying sighed. No wonder when I returned to the sect today, those people looked at me with disdain. So that's what happened. Ling Xiao was really disappointed in the 8 Immortal Mountain. He knew that the 8 Immortal Mountain was doing this to force him to leave so that they could deal with him. But he refused to leave. This was the sect that Ling Yin had once been in. Moreover, it had once strengthened the 8 Immortal Mountain to an extremely high level. Even if he wanted to leave, he would have to return the sect to Ling Yin. It's quite shameless. Forget it, let's not talk about those unhappy things. You asked us what our mission was. It's actually very simple. We came to the 2nd floor of the ghost prison to kill an ironback thorn beast. That guy's strength has reached the early stage of the 1st star 2nd floor of hell. Most importantly, its defense is very terrifying. Even martial artists of the same cultivation level would be helpless against it. I want to forge a weapon and need the shell of this ironback thorn beast. Cheng Feiying changed the topic and said, under normal circumstances, we should be able to kill it if we work together. But I'm afraid of accidents. After all, this is the ghost prison. Chapter 2307. If nothing goes wrong, today's mission to kill the ironback thorn beast should be easily completed, Cheng Feiying said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he might not have to do anything today. Among these people, only Cheng Feiying alone can contend with the ironback thorn beast. Although they may not be able to defeat it, they won't be defeated easily. With the help of others, success is guaranteed. One must know that there are dozens of people here. He plans to quietly leave after the battle begins. Anyway, he has achieved his goal of escorting Cheng Feiying. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the huge natural cage. This made everyone's heart tremble. Just this roar alone contains a powerful force. As long as one has a little bit of analytical ability, they can tell that this is definitely not the level of the ironback thorn beast according to the information. Damn, could it be that there's another change? Last time it was Yuan Neng. This time it's the ironback thorn beast? Ling Xiao frowned and opened his Tai Chi eye to look in the direction of the roar. Cheng Feiying, I'm afraid you're in trouble. This ironback thorn beast seems to have eaten something and its body has mutated. Its whole body is blood red and its strength has skyrocketed. If I'm not wrong, its cultivation is at least around the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell. I'm afraid the dozens of you are no match for it. Ling Xiao said with a frown when he saw the ironback thorn beast approaching them from afar. No way. No wonder its roar is so terrifying. In the crowd, the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain began to feel afraid. Miss Feiying, since the situation has changed, let's retreat first. There's no need to fight a mutated monster. That's right, Miss Feiying. Our mission is to deal with ordinary ironback thorn beasts, not this mutated guy. Some of the people who were full of confidence earlier were now a little afraid. They didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. The key was that the roar of the ironback thorn beast was really scary. Whoever wants to leave, leave. Anyway, this mission is not necessary to complete. I don't believe that with the strength of so many people, we can't kill a mutated ironback thorn beast. This is not a danger, but an opportunity. Although Cheng Feiying was a little worried, she was not afraid. There were 46 of them. Among these people, there were as many as 6 first transition martial artists. 2 of them were stronger than Cheng Feiying, while the other 4 were on par with her. Among the remaining 40 people, There were some at the late stage and peak stage of the second layer of hell. Such a powerful lineup was actually afraid of an ironback thorn beast? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt Qing Feiying, so he didn't say anything. However, he, who had originally planned to leave, stood there without moving. If Qing Feiying was in danger, he would naturally lend a helping hand. Although the ironback thorn beast at the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell was terrifying, if he used his intermediate lightning battle body, intermediate lava battle body, and mystic world physique at full strength, it wouldn't be able to withstand the ironback thorn beast. Combined with the sun god martial spirit's transformation, there was no problem in resisting it. Coupled with Qing Feiying's attacks, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the ironback thorn beast. Roar! As they spoke, the roar had already reached them. Everyone saw the ironback thorn beast, which was as tall as a small mountain. It was estimated to be at least 6 to 7 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. As it crawled on the ground, it was like a small mountain constantly squirming, and its speed was extremely fast. Only Ling Xiao, who was used to dangerous situations, was able to remain calm. However, the others were not as calm as him. That terrifying ironback thorn beast looked like a giant lizard, but its body was covered in spikes, which were pitch black and hard. That was the ironback thorn beast's most terrifying weapon. If they couldn't destroy those spikes, not only would they not be able to kill this guy, they would also be injured. The moment the ironback thorn beast appeared, its scarlet eyes were like huge fireballs as it glared at everyone. White gas was coming out of its mouth, and huge droplets of saliva kept dripping down. The ground was corroded and festered by the saliva. Just hearing the roar earlier, many Orange Immortal Mountain disciples were already scared out of their wits. Now, seeing this hill-like beast appear in front of them, a few female disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. They were the typical flowers in a greenhouse. It was only because they cultivated an 8 Immortal Mountain and had never gone out to experience the world that they became like this. One must know that even if this ironback thorn beast did not mutate, it was definitely a top existence among the demonic beasts in the early stage of 1-star 2 layers of hell. Especially its terrifying strength and defense, it could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Now that it had mutated, its strength had skyrocketed. It was not surprising that those people would be afraid. If it was an ordinary ironback thorn beast, they would still dare to try to deal with it. This was also the reason why Orange Immortal Mountain issued this mission. But now that the situation had changed, it was beyond their expectations. Many people panicked. The ironback thorn beast was very smart. When it appeared, it actually passed by the calmest Ling Xiao and Qing Feiying and rushed into the crowd. Ling Xiao looked at the group of people coldly, with no intention of helping. Because these people had mocked and ridiculed him before, which was really disgusting and annoying. He was not the Virgin Mary. Why would he save these idiots who were always targeting him? But even if he did not help, Qing Feiying had to. Qing Feiying was the eldest daughter of Orange Immortal Mountain. She was the granddaughter of Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. She was different from Ling Xiao. Seeing the ironback thorn beast pass over her head and rush into the crowd, she chased after it and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Attack. It's not as strong as you think." Unfortunately, the crowd was in chaos. Those young people who had not experienced reincarnation were inexperienced little brats. When they saw danger, they immediately broke down. They could do nothing but run and scream. Some were even dumbfounded on the spot. As for those martial artists who had experienced reincarnation, they were afraid of death and were unwilling to attack. Instead, they turned around and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to the ironback thorn beast's leap? This guy jumped at least 100 meters with each leap. Seeing this scene, Qing Feiying was a little desperate. She did not expect that these people, who were usually so arrogant, would become so useless in the face of real danger today. She gritted her teeth and spat out blood. She forced herself to consume her qi and blood to increase her speed. Finally, she caught up to the ironback thorn beast and stabbed the sharp sword in her hand into its body. However, this was of no use. The most terrifying thing about the ironback thorn beast was its defense. Its attack was not that impressive. Cheng Feiying's attack only left a few sparks on the beast's body. But even so, Cheng Feiying had angered the ironback thorn beast. Chapter 2308. Get out of the way and attack with musical notes. Although this guy's physical defense is strong, it should be afraid of your musical note attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He didn't care about the life and death of the people of Orange Immortal Mountain, but he couldn't ignore Cheng Feiying's life and death. Cheng Feiying had lost her composure in order to save someone. She actually gave up her best technique. Hearing Ling Xiao's reminder, she remembered that she still had her best attack. But at this moment, the ironback thorn beast's huge tail was like a terrifying black shadow. She couldn't resist at all, let alone attack. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A figure flashed past her like a bolt of lightning and slammed into the tail of the giant beast. The giant beast was knocked to the ground, and at the same time, the figure was sent flying dozens of meters away. Only now did Cheng Feiying see clearly who that person was. The person who dared to face the ironback thorn beast head-on was none other than Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, the person who was mocked by her Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. Cheng Feiying wasn't the only one who was shocked by this scene. Those Orange Immortal Mountain disciples who were panicking and even wet themselves saw it clearly. Their faces instantly flushed red. That was shame. Inferiority. Are you okay? Cheng Feiying released her martial soul and began to play the guzheng. She kept releasing musical notes and finally had some effect on the ironback thorn beast. Only then did she have the opportunity to show concern for Ling Xiao. I'm fine. Ling Xiao got up from the ground, looking a little battered. But obviously, he wasn't injured. He was absolutely unharmed. What exactly is your body made of? Cheng Feiying was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao surprised her again and again. This was why she fell in love with Ling Xiao. She originally thought that her dream was to marry a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, and that person was someone she thought about day and night. He was Jin Lufeng of the Sword Tribe. But now, Cheng Feiying realized that perhaps Ling Xiao was more suitable for her. Jin Lufeng was too arrogant. She had always been in love with him. Moreover, she now felt that if Ling Xiao continued to develop like this, he would surpass Jin Lufeng sooner or later. He might even reach the level of Ling Yin in the past. Today's incident was a good example. Ling Xiao stared at the ironback thorn beast in the distance. His hands were still trembling. In this collision, he had only used his mystic world physique. He hadn't used his thunder and lightning body and martial soul transformation. Therefore, his entire body was in extreme pain from the collision. It had to be said that this ironback thorn beast was really tough. Is it okay? Was that Ling Xiao just? Some of the Orange Immortal Mountain's disciples still hadn't come to their senses. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How can he is of the worldses? The burly man Immortal Mountains of the way Immortal Mountain, of the immortal, perhaps among these people, he was the only one who understood Ling Xiao's strength the best. Of the I think it's just because the ironback thorn beast is weak. Aren't we a little too cowardly? We were saved by someone from the Black Immortal Mountain. What a shame. The one who spoke was a first transition martial artist. His strength was even stronger than Cheng Feiying's, and he was considered one of the best in this group. He had only cared about protecting himself. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to steal the limelight. Naturally, he was very unhappy. Brother Fong, do you think so too? I also think that Ling Xiao was just lucky to encounter an ironback thorn beast that wasn't very strong. That's why this happened. Brother Qin, why don't we join forces to destroy that ironback thorn beast? That way, we can gain face in front of Miss Feiying. We can't let that kid from the Black Immortal Mountain steal the limelight. That's exactly what I was thinking. After Fong and Qin finished their discussion, they jumped out at the same time and charged at the ironback thorn beast. Cheng Feiying had been able to suppress the monster with the help of musical notes' soul power. However, Qin and Fong's actions infuriated the monster. It roared at the sky, as if to say, "Do you really think I'm a sick cat that anyone can bully?" Qin and Fong had just jumped into the air when they were so scared that their bodies stiffened and they couldn't move. Although they weren't weak, They didn't have Ling Xiao's powerful soul power and domineering aura. Facing the ironback thorn beast, they were scared before they even fought. If they had really attacked, they wouldn't have died. But they turned and ran. In the end, they were brutally slapped to death by the ironback thorn beast's claws. The two corpses fell to the ground. The others from the orange immortal mountain instantly shut their mouths. Those who had been complaining about Ling Xiao's good luck didn't dare to utter a word. The two people who had been killed by the ironback thorn beast were the two strongest among them, yet they had ended up like this. What else did they have to show off? Scram to the side. Don't be a hindrance here. Ling Xiao jumped out. His whole body began to change, transforming into the sinister sun god martial spirit transformation. Although it was only a partial transformation, his ferocious appearance still shocked everyone. So the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao is a beast warrior. That's an extinct existence in the Black Tortoise continent. Although this appearance is terrifying, it's very cool and eye-catching. Some female disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain have already become Ling Xiao's fangirls. You're really a beast warrior? Cheng Feiying asked in surprise. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't deny it. Beast god martial artists are also beast warriors. They're just the strongest beast warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. Be careful, that guy is coming. Cheng Feiying suddenly shouted. Even if you're coming, you still have to stop for me. Ling Xiao roared. Like a ferocious beast, he stepped forward and pressed down on the ironback thorn beast's two huge claws with both hands. The ironback thorn beast was unable to restrain its anger and ruthlessly whipped its tail at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's tail also stretched out from behind him like a python and ruthlessly bit the ironback thorn beast's tail. This scene caused the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to be dumbstruck. What a beast! A true monster! Although I feel embarrassed, Senior Brother Fong and Senior Brother Qin really can't compare to him. The Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't idiots. They mocked Ling Xiao before because they didn't understand Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's cultivation is indeed lower than theirs. Of course, the most important thing was the 8 Immortal Mountains' false propaganda, especially the Sand Race's malicious defamation of Ling Xiao. This caused these people's impression of Ling Xiao to be extremely bad. Now that they've seen Ling Xiao display such formidable strength, even if they're not convinced verbally, they have no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao is powerful. Miss Feiying, do you mind if I snatch this mutated ironback thorn beast? The reason Ling Xiao asked this is to give face to Cheng Feiying. If it were someone else, he would have directly attacked without any nonsense. Chapter 2309. Of course I don't mind. Without you, we wouldn't have only lost 2 people today. Cheng Feiying nodded and said, but don't you need my help? No need. You can search nearby. There should be other ironback thorn beasts here. It should be enough for you to complete your mission. Ling Xiao said loudly. After all, this was the ironback thorn beast's cage. There couldn't be only one ironback thorn beast here. Who knew that as soon as he said this, he saw another beast smaller than the mutated ironback thorn beast appear and charge towards the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. This time, the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't as flustered as before. Cheng Feiying, in particular, released a musical note that instantly bound the ordinary ironback thorn beast. Although it was only for a moment, it allowed the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to regroup. Miss Feiying, let's see if I can kill this guy first, or you can kill that guy first. Ling Xiao grinned. Suddenly, a cold aura of death appeared on his sharp claws. Consecutive nether ghost claws bombarded the mutated ironback thorn beast's claws. The behemoth kept retreating. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose to such a monster. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose this time. No matter what, the ordinary ironback thorn beast is much weaker. Cheng Feiying was also competitive. She didn't want to always be suppressed by Ling Xiao. Brothers and sisters of the Orange Fairy Mountain, this time, even if we don't fight for the bread, we have to fight for our pride. We have more people, and the ironback thorn beast we're facing is weaker. If we don't beat the others before they do, it'll be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, The competition was just to liven up the atmosphere. There was no need to compete with Cheng Feiying. But to be honest, he really wanted to see if he could defeat the mutated ironback thorn beast before him faster than the people of the Orange Immortal Mountain. Meteor Sword Art, Fall. Ling Xiao took a step forward. His body flashed and a long sword appeared in his right hand. After all, the Nether Ghost Claw wasn't mature enough. This sword art was more convenient to use. The heavy sword and the mutated ironback thorn beast collided. Once again, there was a shocking explosion. But this time, due to the special effect of fall, the ironback thorn beast was smashed to the ground. Even the thorns on its back seemed to have small cracks. Although the crack was small, it meant that the attack was effective. I want to see how many times you can take my attacks. Relying on his speed advantage, Ling Xiao used the Moonlight Meteor Steps. His body was like a shooting star as he began to attack the mutant ironback thorn beast. The sword light kept flashing on the ironback thorn beast. The ironback thorn beast howled in anger. It wasn't because of the pain, but because she couldn't catch Ling Xiao's course, SST. The ironback thorn beast's defense was not to be underestimated, especially when it used all of its wild beast strength for defense. Ling Xiao's attacks became difficult to break through. With Ling Xiao's speed, he should be fine. I can deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of me with peace of mind. Cheng Feiying was still very concerned about Ling Xiao. After all, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, she would have been seriously injured by the mutated ironback thorn beast even if she didn't die. Now that she saw that Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she was slightly relieved. She planned to join forces with her brothers and sisters to kill the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of them before going to help Ling Xiao. Everyone listen up. Let's deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of us and then go help Ling Xiao. Do you have any objections? Cheng Feiying turned around and asked. No. Although some people were still unwilling, they had to admit that if it weren't for Ling Xiao blocking the mutated ironback thorn beast, not only would Cheng Feiying have died, but they would have also died. At this moment, when they thought about the sarcasm they had directed at Ling Xiao before, everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the sect's judgment was wrong? Many of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples now began to doubt the sect's judgment of Ling Xiao. In fact, for a martial artist like Ling Xiao, because he was fast enough, it was easy for him to deal with powerful but clumsy monsters. Moreover, his strength and the toughness of his body weren't inferior to the ironback thorn beast at all. In fact, he was even stronger. Seeing that the sword technique couldn't take effect, Ling Xiao sneered. His body suddenly flashed with a crimson lava light. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of lava armor. Not only was he more handsome than before, but he was also more eye-catching. His combat strength had also suddenly soared. This was the real benefit. The power of lava had long been integrated into every cell of Ling Xiao's. As long as he circulated his inner force, he could use it with a thought. The yin-yang yuan force in his entire body turned crimson and even turned into a viscous liquid. If he touched the enemy, he could burn the enemy. At this time, he was only using the elementary lava battle body. Because for the time being, he didn't need to use the intermediate lava battle body to deal with this ironback thorn beast. Coupled with his powerful mystic world body and sun god martial soul transformation, he had no problem directly fighting this mutated ironback thorn beast. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stole some time to turn their heads to take a look. Each and every one of them was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand condensed into a terrifyingly sharp claw. Just like that, he went back and forth with the ironback thorn beast. He didn't dodge at all. If someone had said this before, they would have thought that person was crazy. How could a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain have such ability? But now, it was all in front of them. Ling Xiao actually had the upper hand in the head-on clash with the ironback thorn beast. On the contrary, the ironback thorn beast's wounds were increasing. From time to time, it would erupt with angry roars. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver and stronger as he fought. In the end, he simply put away the heavy sword. He directly fought with his bare hands. because he found that in the fight with the ironback thorn beast, the energy in his body from the blood-sucking demon beast seemed to be getting easier and easier to control. He became stronger again. The pretty boy with a red mole, who had mocked Ling Xiao and said that he would never help him, was now shivering in the autumn wind. He was afraid that after Ling Xiao killed the mutated ironback thorn beast, he would come to settle the score with him. I think the sect must have listened to slander. With Ling Xiao's strength, it's not strange that he killed the demon envoy. Gradually, some of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples began to change their opinion of Ling Xiao. Although this opinion didn't mean much to Ling Xiao, no one liked to be scolded all the time. Ling Xiao was the same. Of course, he also wanted to be recognized and worshipped by others. After all, he was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire. This was especially important. Chapter 23:10. I think so too. It's already so difficult for so many of us to deal with an ordinary ironback thorn beast, but Ling Xiao is dealing with a mutant ironback thorn beast so effortlessly. That guy just slapped the two strongest people in Orange Immortal Mountain's second layer of hell to death. Most of these people are disciples in charge of support, so they have time to talk. As for Cheng Feiying, who is fighting the ordinary ironback thorn beast in the center, she can only take the time to glance at the situation over there. But even this glance is enough to make her pleasantly surprised. She can't help but sigh in her heart. Cheng Feiying, didn't get Jian Liufeng's favor. But now, I feel that it's a blessing. Meeting Ling Xiao and becoming friends with Ling Xiao is my greatest blessing. Thinking back to how she didn't even spare a glance for Ling Xiao, Cheng Feiying feels that she was very laughable. In the future, she can't just judge people by their appearance and rumors. Back then, she was fooled by those bad rumors. Just as she is thinking, Ling Xiao's hearty voice suddenly comes to her ear. Miss Feiying, I'm going to end the fight here first. Ling Xiao's words make everyone stare blankly for a moment. After all, Orange Immortal Mountain is only trapping the ordinary ironback thorn beast. It will take at least half an hour to defeat it. Ling Xiao is actually going to end the fight? Those who are free can't help but look over. They see Ling Xiao suddenly retreat, his hands forming strange giant claws. Then, a gloomy and terrifying aura quickly condenses on the claws. Ironback Bramble Beast, in order to thank you for helping me raise the Yaksha style to Deshang, I will use it to end your life. After several minutes of continuous bombardment. In fact, Ling Xiao has already left many internal injuries on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body. The spiky scales on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body are basically all broken. Without that defense, its ability to resist attacks is at least halved. In addition to those internal injuries, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill this beast in one move. After saying that, his figure suddenly rushed out, and the giant claws condensed in his hands revealed the appearance of a yaksha. The blow landed on the mutant ironback thorn beast, who was already dizzy and couldn't even tell north from south. Boom! After a terrible crash, the ironback thorn beast let out a miserable shriek. The pitiful ironback thorn beast, which was known for its defense, was pierced through by Ling Xiao's claw. Blood splattered everywhere like a rain of blood. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain all let out cries of surprise as they watched this shocking scene in astonishment. The ironback thorn beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. After twitching twice, it finally stopped moving. The scariest thing about the Nether Spirit Claw was the deathly aura that wrapped around its claws. Once entangled by this deathly aura, then death was inevitable. At this time, all the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stopped fighting and looked over in a daze. They didn't know what words to use to describe what they saw. When the ordinary ironback thorn beast saw that its mutant boss was dead, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. It turned around and fled with a miserable howl. But Cheng Feiying wouldn't let it escape so easily. She condensed her powerful soul power and attacked with a musical note. A ferocious musical note ice lion bit the ordinary ironback thorn beast's neck. Everyone, attack, quick. Cheng Feiying knew that the opportunity had come. Because its boss was killed, This ironback thorn beast became timid and only wanted to escape, exposing its weakness. As long as they cooperated well, they could easily kill this guy. On the other side, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the mutant ironback thorn beast into his storage ring. This was his spoils of war. This thing could be exchanged for a large number of contribution points. He came to the second floor of the ghost prison to find the blood pool and to get more contribution points. Now, he was basically done. A moment later, the battle over there was also over. But none of the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain dared to collect the spoils of war, because Ling Xiao was here. Except for Cheng Feiying, almost all of them said bad things about Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. This Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the mutant ironback thorn beast. This was enough to scare them to death. What? You guys don't want this? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. With senior brother Ling here, how would we dare to take the spoils of war? The pretty boy with the red mole between his eyebrows was so obedient that he looked like Ling Xiao's little grandson. Ha 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 ha, that's the right attitude. But I didn't kill that ordinary ironback thorn beast, so I won't take it. Miss Feiying, you guys hurry up and take the spoils of war and leave. I still have something to do, so I'll stay a bit longer. Ling Xiao smiled and pinched the pretty boy's cheek. Not only was the guy not angry, but he was also excitedly showing off to the other disciples. Did you see that? I said that senior brother Ling is magnanimous. See, senior brother Ling and I got to know each other through fighting. This guy was really thick-skinned, but Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to care about such trivial matters. He wasn't attacking him, he was just being sarcastic. He believed that these guys knew fear now. That was enough. Ling Xiao, I only want a bit of the shell of this ironback thorn beast to make weapons. If you like the rest, you can have it. Anyway, if it weren't for you today, we probably wouldn't even be alive, let alone talk about spoils of war. At this time, Cheng Feiying walked over and said, Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. After Cheng Feiying removed some of the shell, he threw the ordinary ironback thorn beast into his storage ring. The reason why he wanted the ironback thorn beast's body was, of course, to exchange it for contribution points. With enough contribution points, he can exchange for more thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade, as well as medicinal herbs and cultivation materials. In that way, his cultivation can naturally improve faster. This ironback thorn beast's entire body was a treasure. He estimated that he could exchange it for a lot of contribution points. I say, Miss Akira, have you seen enough? I didn't say you couldn't see. Hiding in the dark is really boring. Ling Xiao put away the ironback thorn beast and then looked behind a huge rock in the distance. Ordinary people can't sense that position with their internal force. Moreover, Akira's dodging skills are very good. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao has the Tai Chi Eye, which easily discovered Akira's existence. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Cheng Feiying and the others looked in that direction curiously. They really didn't feel anything at all. The admiration they had for Ling Xiao was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Hee, I didn't expect your eyes to be so sharp. You actually found me. Amidst the laughter, Akira swayed her body and walked out, followed by two followers who were slightly weaker than her. My eyes are naturally sharp. Not only can I see through that huge rock, but I also see what you're wearing today. Chapter 23:11. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and teased, that daffodil is pretty, but it doesn't match you. You should embroider a green foxtail. You always like to follow behind others. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Akira's face instantly turned red and she hurriedly turned around. After a long time, she returned to normal. She turned around and stared at Ling Xiao. A strange aura wrapped around her body. Just now, Akira led the disciples of Orange Fairy Mountain to carry out a mission on the second floor of Ghost Prison. Suddenly, she heard the sound of fighting here, so she came to check it out. She saw Ling Xiao fighting the mutated ironback thorn beast and finally killing the monster on the spot. To be honest, Ling was shocked by the scene before her. Ling Xiao's fighting image kept replaying in her mind. Like a flood, she couldn't get rid of it. Shock, confusion, dissatisfaction. She didn't know what she was feeling, But when she saw Ling Xiao, she felt a little helpless. Especially when she heard Ling Xiao's teasing words, she actually felt that she wasn't particularly angry. No, how can I like this lowly guy? Not to mention, he killed my sister. Akira shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to get rid of Ling Xiao's heroic image from her soul realm. To be honest, she came to find Ling Xiao to fulfill her previous words and kill this guy on the spot. But now, not only did she not have any killing intent, but she also had a very strange feeling. Of course, the main reason was that she was no longer as confident as before. Ling Xiao could kill the mutated ironback thorn beast with brute force, but she couldn't. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ling Xiao's current strength had probably surpassed her. Why don't I let Sha Hai test this guy first? I always feel that this kid isn't easy to deal with. Akira thought of Sha Hai, and her heart suddenly felt warm. Sha Hai's figure instantly occupied her entire mind, chasing away Ling Xiao's figure. She believed that after Sha Hai became a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain, he would definitely receive more support. His cultivation would definitely improve greatly in a short period of time. Almost every warrior who had been promoted to a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain had the same experience. When they had just advanced, they would make a breakthrough. This was because the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain were much more abundant than the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain. Moreover, there were stronger teachers to guide them. Most importantly, once he ascended to the Eight Immortals Mountain, he would get a chance to go to the Immortal Palace to pray. If they were lucky, they could obtain the importation of the Immortals of the Immortal Court continent, which would greatly increase their strength. Even if his luck wasn't good, there would still be a significant improvement. Before coming to the second floor of the ghost prison, Akira had heard that Sha Hai had received the recognition of a certain immortal from the Immortal Lyceum continent and had been imparted with a secret technique and a pill. After that, he went into seclusion. He estimated that he would be able to come out in 2 days. He would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. Even his own aptitude would increase. How could Ling Xiao compare to him? These thoughts only flashed through Akira's mind for an instant. She sneered, and her original panic quickly turned into calmness. Ling Xiao, what's the use of your bitter struggle? In the end, it's all for naught. Sha Hai won't let you off. He has already received the secret technique from the Immortal Lyceum continent. This time, when you leave the second floor of the ghost prison, the end will come. Speaking up to here, Akira suddenly smiled sweetly and said, however, if you are willing to be my subject and become my man, I can plead with Sha Hai to spare your life. You like me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Only a ghost would like you, you arrogant bastard. Akira said furiously. It's good that you don't like me. I wouldn't want a woman like you even if you gave me a dozen for free. Since your Lord Sha Hai is so powerful, go back and find him. However, I still say the same thing. For his own good, don't come looking for me. Otherwise, I don't care if he is the disciple of an immortal or not, he will die. Ling Xiao sneered. You bastard. You think this young lady would like a guy like you? Don't daydream. You country bumpkin. Lowly wretch. Akira had never been as flustered as she was today. Usually, her performance was very calm. Let's go. In order to calm herself down as soon as possible, Akira could only leave in a hurry. Ling Xiao, I also heard that Sha Hai has received the guidance of an immortal. I'm afraid that his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. You were able to defeat him last time purely by luck. This time, you must be careful. Cheng Feiying walked over and reminded him. The one who should be careful is Sha Hai, not me. Miss Feiying, remember this. No one can defeat me after losing to me. This time, not only will I defeat him, but I will also completely destroy him, so that he will never have the chance to find trouble with me again. Ling Xiao had originally thought that after Sha Hai had profited from his misfortune, he would obediently cultivate and not provoke him again. However, that guy was obviously not so obedient. Last time, he had snatched the beast soul that he needed. This time, his cultivation had increased again. Perhaps he would want his life, right? He, Ling Xiao, was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He would eliminate Sha Hai no matter what. I believe in you. Cheng Feiying gave Ling Xiao a deep look and said, you guys go back first. I still have to go further in. Akira's words made Ling Xiao even more anxious to increase his strength. He said a few words to Cheng Feiying before heading deeper into the forest. A day later, Ling Xiao stepped out of the second floor of the ghost prison. There was an imperceptible smug smile on his face, but he looked a little embarrassed. During this day, although he did not find the blood pool, he killed a tyrant blood demon dragon in the second floor of the ghost prison. This was a kind of monster beast with dragon bloodline. It was stronger than ordinary monster beasts, about the same strength as the mutated ironback thorn beast. Ling Xiao used his mystic world physique, sun god martial soul transformation, and intermediate lightning battle body to finally kill it. It took almost an entire day. After that, Ling Xiao used this guy's dragon blood to create a blood pool and cultivate it. Finally, the door to the second floor of hell was 90% open. Just one more step, and he would be able to fully open it. Although the breakthrough was not successful, Ling Xiao unexpectedly obtained another good thing. It was the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul. This martial soul was a dragon-type martial soul of the second floor of hell. He directly embedded it into the dragon god position of the 12 beast gods, adding another transformation to his 12 beast gods martial soul transformation. Of course, this martial soul could be changed again. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he could change to a stronger one. At present, this dragon-type martial soul of the second floor of hell was the most suitable transformation martial soul for Ling Xiao. The sun god martial soul was too powerful. It also needed to divert a part of its power to prevent the martial soul from going berserk. This was too difficult for Ling Xiao. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.